Second day of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. We appreciate your time and attention. We will call this meeting to order and begin with a roll call.
Good morning. Chair Tostin.
Present.
Commissioner Graff. Commissioner Estes.
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Present.
Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Michaud. Commissioner Notch. Commissioner Oyakawa.
Here.
Commissioner Ruiz. Commissioner Snipes.
Present.
Commissioner Sorter.
Here.
Commissioner Topalian.
Here.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Here.
Commissioner Ding. And Commissioner Tuxturgle.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask everyone to rise and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will jump into the review of our agenda. We will begin the morning with item 11, a presentation from the System Improvements Lead in partnership with leaders from the Clovis Unified School District. Item 12, we will have a presentation from the Office of Youth and Community Restoration to provide an update on their work in guiding the transition from state-run youth incarceration facilities to county care. We will then take a break. And at item 13, we will hear about Assembly Bill 2173, Reducing Stigma in Education Act. And we will be joined by, obviously, Veronica Coates, as well as, I believe, Assembly person Addis may be joining us. Item 14, we will have the Special Ed Director's Report. A slight revision to the agenda. Before lunch, we moved the State Board report to today, and so that will take place after the Special Education Director's report right before lunch. Following our lunch break, we will have item 15, general public comment. Item 16, we have committee updates that we will do from the dais. Then we will report out and adjourn the day after general public comment. If I could ask to share the slide for the public comments for those who are wishing to call in. There are three ways to provide general public comment on our meeting. One would be for individuals in the room wishing to make public comment. Please line up at the microphone in the back. And if you are comfortable and willing to do so, please state your affiliation and name. And then public comments are limited to 1 minute. For members of the public wishing to make public comments virtually or through the phone, we will make an announcement and share the slide deck or display the call-in information. And we ask that members of the public who are calling in a professional capacity, if you would be willing to share your name and the organization you represent. And public comments who call in are also limited to 1 minute. With that, moving into communications and announcements, again, I just want to recognize our commissioners who are joining us virtually. Appreciate you for doing that. A number of folks had conflicts this meeting for other advocacy work, and so we have a number of our commissioners who are on the East Coast right now or who recently returned from the East Coast, and so we appreciate those who are able to join us online. Additionally, yesterday, we had a number of public comments, and I just want to reiterate what we heard during our Bagley-Keene meeting. and one of our priorities was to hear parent and student voice. And so we have places in our agenda to hear from the public at large around current topics or topics that they choose to address. Our responsibilities as commissioners are to hear public comments. We cannot respond and interact with public comments, but we use them to inform our thoughts and potential advisement in the future. Recognizing that not all comments may be within our scope, it still gives us an opportunity to hear perspectives from the field. And so I wanted to begin the day with acknowledging that and appreciating each public comment that we received yesterday and those who took the time to call in. We appreciate you and the investment of your time. With that, we will move into item 11, a presentation from the System Improvements Leads. And I want to begin by thanking the system leads for their flexibility and responsiveness. I saw a presentation at the Carnegie Conference where they talked about the work that they're doing in the field and in partnership with Clovis, and started bugging them immediately at the conference to ask them to be available for us today. Although they've shared an update in the past, I wanted us to have an understanding and experience of the learning that's taking place in the field and the impact that it's having. And so System Improvement Leads and our partners from Clovis, thank you so much for your time. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Chair Tostin, and to the entire commission. We're so thrilled to be here with you all today. It's been just over a year since our last update to you, and we're thrilled to be joined by our partners in this work, Clovis Unified School District, to talk about what networked improvement looks like in action. Next slide, please. My name is Heidi Hatta, and I serve as the director of the System Improvement Leads Grant Project. I'm joined by several colleagues who will introduce themselves. So, Beverly.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Beverly Jenkins, and I am one of the project coordinators with the System Improvement Leads Grant Project.
Good morning, I'm Teresa Pafford. I am the administrator over the SELPA and Clovis Unified.
Good morning, I'm Carrie Carter, and I'm one of the administrators over the Special Education Department in Clovis Unified. Good morning, my name is Kristen Hatton, and I am one of the assistant directors for Special Education.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our colleague Leah Davis couldn't make it today, but she also wanted to extend her gratitude for having us here and allowing us to provide this update to you. Next slide. So a little context, our System Improvement Leads project is a collaborative effort between the Riverside County SELPA, the El Dorado County SELPA, and the El Dorado County Office of Education. We are capacity builders in California's statewide system of support, and we're supported by the California Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. Next slide. Our theory of action really guides all of our work. And so we believe that if we build partnerships across the system and we build capacity in the areas of data best practices, continuous improvement, and access to high leverage change ideas, then students with disabilities will have access to the cohesive and equitable school systems that they deserve. And ultimately, that will result in educational and post-secondary success. There's some animations on this slide, so you're welcome to click through. One of the ways that we put this theory into action is in our statewide networked improvement communities. And so with our time here today, we'll give you a brief orientation to our network. One of our participating teams, Clovis Unified, will talk to you about what that looks like for them in real life, what they've learned. And then we'll also touch on some next steps. So where we see the network going. Next slide, please. And time permitting, we hope to answer any questions that you have as well so that we can really connect with you all on this work, what it looks like in the field and where it's going. And so with that, I will hand off to Beverly Jenkins, who coordinates our network, to kick us off.
Great, thank you, Heidi. So I'm going to jump right into the introduction to this network that we're calling Innovating for Student Excellence Network. Next slide, please. When we were launching the Innovating for Student Excellence Network, we really started by investing some time in considering relevant historical context, and also the current outcomes for the state at that moment. Next slide, please. The slide is full of animation, so you can just kind of click through as I'm talking. It's okay if you get ahead because there's several components here. So when we considered that historical context, we really sat with the fact that in the United States, there's a long history of exclusion and segregation, from enslavement to Jim Crow to Brown versus Board of Education. The Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964. But we know that it was another decade until both the Rehabilitation Act and IDEA came into play. And despite those legal advancements, disproportionate outcomes persist. And at the time of our launch, California was lagging behind the rest of the nation in rates of inclusion. Pandemic school closures had forced inequities into the spotlight, and that call to accelerate learning for all students, but in particular, students with disabilities, was loud and clear. And so we knew our system must be re-engineered, and we really did not want to go back to normal. Next slide. So, I took a look at some of the current outcomes and the challenge that the state was facing. And looking at the current data, we noted that there were about 750,000 students with disabilities in the state. Nearly 225,000 of them did not graduate high school, and only 10.8% were considered college and career prepared. Students with disabilities were scoring 119 points below the math standard. And when we turned to individual IEPs, we learned that only 38.5% of IEP goals were marked met. Next slide, please. This data gave us a sense of urgency, and as a collective, we landed this purpose or this why statement. IEP goals are at the heart of educational programming for students with disabilities, and we believe that we can improve our system design so that 100% of IEP goals can be achieved, setting students up for a lifetime of access and success. Next slide, please. With that in mind, we set a really lofty aim statement. So our goal is by June of 2027 to increase the percentage of IEP goals met from 38.5% to 100%. We recognize that 100% is not truly statistically attainable, but as we sit here in partnership with educators, families, and students across the state, we know that aiming for less than 100% just isn't good enough. And so that's where we're shooting. That is our North Star. Next slide, please. So you've heard about our lofty aim. How are we going to achieve this? We have built some network structures to really support our progression and getting closer to it. Currently, we have 10 teams comprised of SELPA, county office, and district staff. Those teams are primarily made up of administrators, teachers, and special education providers. Each team has a coach. Together, these teams collaborate to share ideas, key learnings, and resources. Currently, the network's potential impact is 30,000 students. Next slide, please. So the network structures that we utilize to support this work include leveraging network meetings. Those meetings happen quarterly with network huddles in between for the teams to come together and share their learnings. Improvement teams huddle with their coaches weekly and meet with other district leaders and teachers. And at the network hub level, the coaches come together every other week to share learning, plan out ideas, and coaches also have one-to-ones with me as the network coordinator. We also spend time tracking Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle completions and team data entry, as well as engage in lit reviews to source change ideas. So now that you have a little bit of context for some of the general structures of the network, our purpose, and our design, I'm so happy to hand things over to Clovis for them to take a moment to introduce you to their context.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting us here today. We're really excited to be able to talk about something that we are passionate in this network. And so a little bit about Clovis Unified. Clovis Unified lies within the Central Valley, and we stretch out across almost 200 square miles. Today, Clovis Unified students and community benefit from our high quality, successful schools that are staffed with outstanding educators. We are led by our superintendent, Dr. Fulmer, and we serve more than 43,000 students in our district, of which we have a little over 5,200 students that are eligible for IFSPs and IEPs within our district, with another roughly 300 pending evaluations currently. We have 34 elementary school sites with a 35th opening in this fall of 2024, 5 intermediate school sites, 5 high schools, 4 alternative schools, 1 adult school, 1 online school, and the Center for Advanced Research and Technology. Additionally, we have 1 outdoor school and 1 outdoor and environmental education school. So we are a large district and one that we are happy to spotlight today.
I think that slide is actually the one that Kristen just spoke about. So there you go. Thank you. So thank you so much for having us. I'm going to share a little bit about the history of Clovis and tell you that Clovis is a district that's deeply rooted in tradition and culture. We had a founding superintendent who was the superintendent for 33 years, which is unheard of. There were many tenets that we know to be true. We call them docisms that came from our superintendent. And some of those are a fair break for every kid. It's people, not programs. And if it's worth doing right. So although Doc passed away a few years ago, his legacy remains a very strong part of our culture and is deeply embedded in the 3 aims which we hold near and dear to our heart. So our first aim is that we believe in maximizing achievement for all students, and we purposely capitalize all because we do believe it's all. And we believe that all students can learn, and we love this work because it really aligns to improving outcomes for kids, which is what we're all about. Our second aim is to operate with increasing efficiency and effectiveness, and we are striving for continued improvement, just like in this work, because we're always desiring to do things better tomorrow than we did today. Finally, our third aim is about hiring, developing, sustaining, and valuing a high-quality, diverse workforce. As administrators, we believe that the hiring is the absolute most important thing we do because we want to put the best educators and role models in front of our students. Regardless of our role as administrators, we have a shared responsibility and partnership to provide high-quality education for our students, and that also is why this work matters so much to us. Next slide.
All right, so this is our team. Our team is comprised of Teresa and myself as the administrators of SELPA and special education. We have 3 assistant directors in special education, and we really value our teachers participating on our team. Those are the ones that are closest to the work. And so we also have 2 of our teachers who are participating on our team as well, with our coach Beverly leading the work that we do. Next slide.
Thank you, Clovis. So now we're going to talk a little bit about what does this all look like in real life and in practice. And as I talk you through the next few slides, I'll sort of straddle both of my roles, my role as Clovis's improvement coach, but also my role in leading and supporting the network overall. Next slide, please. So for a little additional context, the improvement journey follows this process that's really designed to bridge the gap between the current reality and the vision, which you'll see here on either ends of the slide. First, you really dig into understanding the current system before you take on focusing your efforts, generating ideas for change, learning and practice, and sustaining and spreading. And we'll sort of break down what do each of these mean and what is that experience like to move through that as a team. This image makes the process look pretty linear, pretty clean, and pretty accessible. But as we now have advanced to the next slide, and I see the tech person moving through the animation, thank you so much for that. In reality, the improvement journey is quite messy. And to be very candid, the word that kept coming to me last night was hot mess. because we have the experience of really iterating and learning through hard things. And sometimes you don't know if you're going in the right direction. And I think one of our key learnings here is that most of our best work comes from failing forward, not from moving through that clean path, like the previous image indicated. Next slide, please. So we'll start off just talking a little bit about understanding the current system. The purpose here is to fully understand the problem that you're facing before moving on into improving. And in this phase, it's really important to leverage multiple perspectives. In order to do that, the network, of course, pulled a bunch of data, and some of it we shared with you, but we also created process maps and did empathy interviews and sent out surveys. Next slide, please. During this phase of our investigation, we were grappling with the question of, if we did accelerate learning for students with disabilities, how would we know? And the only answer we could come up with was, well, we would see an increase in the percentage of IEP goals that students were meeting. So then we thought, well, how could we gather that data? So each team in the network set out to review hundreds of IEP goals by hand to pull that information to get that baseline data that I shared with you earlier. This data visualization reflects some of that early data pull. Next slide, please. I mentioned that we talked to teachers, families, and students. We used empathy interviews to engage in that, but something else that we did was process maps. And one of our biggest key learnings that we learned came from a process map, actually, where we learned that even though IEPs are legally mandated and they all have the same components, teacher approach to writing them is highly variable. Next slide, please. So I want to turn to Clovis and bring forth their voice so they could talk to us a little bit about how was taking the time to understand the current system instrumental in setting you up for improvement.
Yeah, so thank you, Beverly. For us, as Teresa mentioned, we are a very relational district, and our founding superintendent, Doc, would always say that education revolves around teamwork and trust. And through those relationships, we felt that we really needed the user perspective. And as Beverly mentioned, we dived into the empathy interviews, hearing from our teachers, those closest to the work, to really understand what this was like for them. And what we learned was that some of our ideas about what was happening and why, we were wrong, we were off. And so really understanding our system allowed us to really take on those high leverage changes that needed to happen. And it was really through the empathy interviews. What we found in talking to our teachers was really aha and eye-opening for many of them. As Beverly mentioned, through the process of talking about how our teachers write their IEPs, what does that process look like of drafting that high quality IEP? One of our teachers that's part of our team thought, she reflected and thought, oh, this teacher talked about calling the parents before every IEP. Why don't I do that? And so really, as we were understanding part of our system, we identified that, and now she calls every parent every time to reach out ahead of time.
Thank you, Carrie. Next slide, please. So after we gathered all of that information and learned about our system, the next phase in the journey is to focus collective efforts. And this is really where you should create a shared sense of direction for the work. And you reference those key learnings and you identify that shared goal. That's where we probably had our third version of our AIM statement. Next slide, please. So for the next slide after this one also, please. So for the network, the data we uncovered really pointed us to where some high leverage ideas that we needed to focus on were first. First, we actually had to build a data system because our current data system doesn't allow for us to simply run a search to pull the data to see how many goals were there, how many were marked met, or how many didn't have a response at all. So first, we just had to build some infrastructure so that we would have the capacity to measure whether or not we were getting closer to our aim. The other thing that we had learned in that IEP review is that we had an opportunity, a really important one, to improve goal quality. We sort of had a shared belief that, yes, we want more goals to be met, but they really need to be high quality goals. If the goals were not of high quality, it wasn't going to make the same impact. We also needed to improve that goal documentation. So while we learned that 38.5% were marked met, we also learned that a good percentage didn't have a response marked at all. So we began by tackling those key issues, which led us right into the next phase. So next slide, please. The next phase of the journey is all about identifying and generating ideas for change. Next slide, please. This is an opportunity to make your theory explicit and really develop specific and actionable ideas that might move the needle on those key areas that we had identified. Next slide, please. So Carrie shared with us that from the process maps, one of our key learnings was also this aha around calling parents and families for collaboration prior to every IEP meeting. So we wanted to pull through this example again because this was a key learning that we probably would have not embarked upon if it hadn't explicitly jumped out at us in the investigation and really with that teacher voice present throughout this experience. Next slide, please. So here, Teresa will talk to us about some of the other things that Clovis opted to focus on.
Thank you. Yes, there's a few things that we've done over the years. One of them has been to improve the percent of IEP goals that had a response marked yes or no, as Beverly alluded to earlier. We also worked on increasing the frequency that teachers engage in that collaborative process with families before the IEP. It was really important to us, as Carrie mentioned, that we're communicating with our parents to understand what the needs are before they come to the table. And also, we worked on improving the data quality and looking at our goal rubrics and how we're charting all of our progress on goals. So over the past years, I have to say we've tackled quite a few things, but the beauty of the network is that we've never gone at it alone. Throughout this journey, we've benefited from opportunities to network statewide and the availability to share our resources with others in the network. Huge thank you to our partners in Irvine. They created a fabulous goal rubric, which we were actually permanently borrowing and we adapted to make our own. And in the same way, other teams across the state have used some of our resources, particularly an IEP checklist, which they've adapted to meet the needs of their district. So again, one of the things that you're going to hear about today is just the value of the opportunities that are created to hear from many voices in the field and hear those perspectives of our educational partners, particularly our students and parent perspective.
Great. So the next phase of the journey might be the longest. We might spend the most time here, and it's learn and practice. And this is where we take time to test our ideas and see if they truly work. Next slide, please. In order to test these ideas, each team in the network engages in plan, do, study, act cycles. And what this data visualization reflects is the cumulative number of PDSAs run by the network. We think of PDSAs as our engine for learning because we know that if they're occurring, that is generating important knowledge so that we can iterate on a rubric or a checklist or even innovate something new when we learn that our initial idea wasn't working. So it felt really important to bring this forward and also share that we use this data as a measure of our network health. We know that if teams slow down on their PDSAs, it's an opportunity as a network to really infuse support and check in. Are these slowing down because you're running longer PDSAs? Or do we need to bring in some change ideas from another team within the network to help keep you moving in service of improving outcomes for students? Next slide, please. So this next slide is a visualization of one of the tracking strategies that we use at the team level. And so this image is called a PDSA ramp, and each of those circles reflect a PDSA. It's important to share this with you because something that's a little bit different in this work is that we don't roll out large scale an idea that we think is going to work. We actually start very small with a prototype and we get feedback. For example, that parent collaboration questionnaire went to the CAC. It went to many families. Then we tried it in a meeting and families told us what questions worked and didn't work for them. And each of these PDSAs, as we go up the ramp, is in the direction of us knowing, yes, we have enough data, we've talked to enough people, this will result in improvement reliably, and now it's ready to move to the next phase of the work. Next slide, please. So Clovis, one of our questions here is, what have been some of your key learnings from testing your ideas?
So I think that, as I mentioned before, some of our predictions have been off. And I think as we reflect on our work, it really is about this new habit of testing our thinking before we roll something out. Oftentimes when we have a challenge or a problem, we can jump to, okay, let's do this, right? It's that solution-itis of just trying to fix everything. But really taking time through the PDSA cycle allows us to take a theory that we have or an idea of how we can make an improvement and test that with hearing from our families, our teachers, our students. Is it going to be an effective change? Is it going to really, truly impact our students in a positive way? And so what we've done is, with that PDSA cycle, learned that because of our investigations, taking that time, when our predictions are off, we can go back then and based on what we're learning, we can make those adjustments and either adapt something, make those changes, adopt it because it's good as it is based on what the data is telling us, or abandon it. That's not where we need to focus our efforts at all. And we learned during an investigation, we thought we were going down one route of looking at our students in RSP at the secondary level and the number of SAI minutes. And when we started an investigation and really interviewing our students, talking to our students, what we learned is that many of our secondary students, they couldn't articulate, they didn't know what are those accommodations, what are the supports that they should be receiving, so that they can self-advocate for those too, right? And so that they know what are those impactful strategies that will help them as a learner to help them learn and grow. And so we totally went a different direction and started, how do we involve students in that IEP process and really get that participation? And so we redirected our work in that direction. And that was because we took time to really investigate our system.
Thank you. So once we do get to the top of that ramp and we have the data to show us, it's time to move on to the step of sustaining and spreading. And in order for a change to truly sustain and spread, adjustments must be made to the overall system in order to support it. So it's not about just Teresa or Carrie or Kristen or the other team members doing a thing. We change it so that regardless who's there, the system can sustain that improvement. So next slide, please. So far, Clovis has been able to sustain and spread what we sort of think of as like a package or a bundle of ideas that all work together. There's a high quality and compliant IEP process, which includes a checklist to support that data quality, the parent collaboration questionnaire, and it supports goal quality. Next slide, please. Here, we just wanted to bring forth one of our initial data visualizations that we were utilizing to track on a monthly basis. Okay, we think that this process and this questionnaire are going to work, but are they really working? So we tracked the data for several months, as you can see, before we found some stability and then made a decision, okay, this is something to scale across the district. And what infrastructure would we need to adapt in order to maintain it? Next slide, please. Similarly, this is the data for the percentage of IEPs with a parent collaboration conversation prior, and you can see where the approximate baseline was. And I think at this point, we were like, oh yeah, we're just gonna roll it out and it'll work. And we realized at our next data point, it wasn't working. And so when you get to that sustain and spread piece, having the data available helps you track to see, okay, we tested that we know that these change ideas work, but will we know that they're going to sustain? And so this data helps with both levels of that. Next slide, please. So Clovis, can you talk to us a little bit about how have you been able to sustain this improvement? What changes did you have to make to your system so that these things became part of how you do business?
Yeah, so of course, we want to make sure that these processes and these change ideas that we have tested and trialed and put into place last long after we are all gone. And so we are committed to this, and we've utilized a number of opportunities at various levels within our own structure. So we protect time for our program specialists in our monthly team meetings to complete those IEP reviews utilizing the IEP compliance checklist. We complete these based on the number of years that our teachers have of experience, or if they are new to our district. We've created this rubric and a process in which our program specialists can follow. We've incorporated our work into our new teacher onboarding, which includes new teacher boot camps that we hold every summer. We have done this for a number of years, and so it was really exciting for me to be able to incorporate the work that we were doing the last couple of summers, or a couple of years, to incorporate that into the summer boot camps that we were holding. We further follow up through our district PLCs, our meetings, the professional development opportunities that we provide to all of our case managers. We go back and we do fidelity checks to ensure that the data we're collecting supports that our systems are still working as we work towards that greater improvement. We have sought out opportunities to include a broader range of our educators to learn about the improvement, the impact of our improvement, and how we as a network can, and how we can as a district network with other districts on a more global scale. So we're constantly reflecting on our learning. We hold that initiative to apply it to our school sites, bringing our school site teams in, general education, special education, the administration along for the journey. And we've been naturally reinforced as our teams have had some of those aha moments, and we're able to capture new ways to support our district to have that positive impact on student achievements. So it's really perpetuated this cycle of energy and excitement where special education and general education can really partner together.
To add to what Kristen said as well, with all of those things going on, it's really important that you, as a district, leverage your existing structures that already exist. So with all of those things, the only thing that we added to our calendar was a weekly huddle meeting at 7:15 a.m. on Wednesday mornings. And so that we've held tightly to. But for all of these other meetings, we continue to embed the work in. So we have 25 program specialists that we meet with weekly, where we can give them those updates and process the data. We as a leadership team, also Carrie, myself, and our assistant directors, we meet weekly so that we can process the information and we can do the work that needs to be done as well. We have monthly or twice a month, we have superintendent staffing meetings in our district. And at that meeting run by our superintendent, all department heads are there at the table, and we share out information that's going on in special education and the work we're doing. And that's information that our superintendent takes back to the board for her board report. So there's just a lot of opportunities. We also do, besides meetings, we have a weekly email that goes out to special education, and information gets shared that way. And so just looking at your existing structures is important, and also looking at the initiatives that your district is doing. So for us, when we started working with goal development and goal rubrics, simultaneously, we were also looking at our district and how dispute or perceptions of dispute were happening in the district. We had partnered with Key to Ed, and they did what was called Devising Seminar. And in Devising Seminar, they helped us reach out to hundreds of families, community members, administrators, teachers, anybody who would talk to us and do an interview, just to find out what was causing perceptions of dispute. And one of the things we learned is that when goals aren't clear and parents don't understand what that looks like, it reduces trust in the district and then can lend to perceptions of dispute. And so we took that information and that initiative and that direction that we wanted to resolve, and we overlaid it with the work that we were doing with system improvement as well, so that we could increase our goal quality and make a bigger impact in both of those areas. So again, the work is very doable because you really can leverage a lot of what's already going on in your system.
Thank you for highlighting that point. I feel like it always resonates because when we talk about this work, there's a lot happening. We showed you like 196 PDSAs on that data visualization, and that can feel impossible. But there are ways to layer it into the existing work and alongside the existing initiatives and priority areas. So it's not an add-on, it's an opportunity to really deepen the work that already exists. Next slide, please. So this slide is just here to summarize the work over the last 3 years that Clovis, as part of the network, has engaged in. The first year was really dedicated to investigating the IEP process. And so we really spent our time today talking you through what most of that experience looked like. In year 2, we investigated an unexpected increase in specialized academic instructional minutes at the high school level. And Carrie spoke to that a little bit. And she shared with you that we initially went to, this is a master scheduling issue. But when we went out and talked to teachers and instructional aides and students, we realized that there was an even more pressing opportunity or change to address. In year 3, this year, we began focusing on chronic absenteeism. So we spent the first part of the year really looking at student attendance and investigating reasons for students not attending and exploring some ideas that we might leverage. Some include building upon existing practices and also sort of building connections between existing practices. So again, here, not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but leveraging what works and improving upon it. Next slide, please. So what's next for this work? I'd like to hand it back to Clovis to talk a little bit about, for their team, what's next.
All right. So as I mentioned, one of the things that we are working on is increasing the number of students who are participating in their IEP. These are 2 of the artifacts for the work that we're currently doing. And it's through, the one on the left is a level of participation document. And so what we've learned through this work is our teams really appreciate, as I do too, sample scripts or process maps, documents, checklists, things that we can also click on that take us to additional resources. So really trying to build that toolkit for our teams to be able to access multiple resources. For this one, the document on the left, the levels of participation document, we recognize that what that looks like for each student is going to be very different, just as unique as our kids are. And so we have embedded in there links that, based on the student's ability to participate at different levels, they can click on that. Maybe it's an all about me template that they can use, or even a template for a student to either trace or type and invite members of the maybe family members to come, or teachers to come to their IEP. And so through this, we have created more of the artifacts that you see here. We've also learned through our process maps that has spread, and we have clerical staff in our office who are now requesting that as well. But currently, our work is focused on really building resources for our teams to involve students in and increase that number of students who participate in their IEP. I'm going to turn it over to Kristen to really talk about just an impactful story that has come from that work.
I forgot I have to unmute myself. So like Carrie said, if you really want to know why we do what we do, it's because of our kids. And so in the process of looking at student participation in IEPs, we really tasked a number of our teachers to figure out ways that our students could participate at any grade level, any level of need, and what that looked like. And so I was working with a teacher who is a teacher for our students that have autism in our preschool, that are preschool age. And we were trying to come up with ways that they could really participate. And so she had an IEP that was coming up, and she was trying to figure out how do I include the student in the IEP process when they are he is a nonverbal, not yet verbal student, and parents were really concerned about what that participation would look like because they wanted to participate in the IEP meeting, but also they were really worried about, they didn't know what school looked like. This was the first time that they had been in public school, that they had really accessed any sort of services for their child. And so what our amazing teacher did was she took the opportunity to utilize the strengths that he had, the communication strengths that he had, which we're currently teaching him a picture communication system. And they were able to she was able to create an About Me book using these picture-based system so that she could share what her students' preferences were, things like what his favorite color is, what is he, what kinds of things is he choosing to eat at school, where's his favorite place on the school site to be, and for him it was always over in the art center. That's what he loved to do, anything where he could get his hands in and get dirty, and so for those parents to be able to understand and get a glimpse into what their child does in those 3 hours that he is with us every day. And they had no idea of how their child felt, what he was doing at school, because he's just not able, to answer those questions when those questions that his parents have. But it was the first time that the parents really got insight to truly what he is doing at school through his voice in this book that our teacher did. So providing work samples, just thinking outside of the box. How do we get across to our families what their student is participating in, and share what he was learning at school. So obviously it was a lot of tissue boxes and a lot of happy tears because this for this particular family it was really an eye-opening experience, and one that I believe is really going to foster that positive relationship and partnership that we are going to have for years to come with this family. Next slide.
All right. Well, as moving forward, what's next for us? We definitely want to continue to maintain our improvements that we've done so far. We are looking to continue to increase the percent of students that participate in their IEP process, as Kristen mentioned. And we've also got a big lofty goal. We want to look at chronic absenteeism and test attendance change ideas at several school sites. We picked this chronic absenteeism topic because it gives us an opportunity to partner with our general education peers as well and work on an area that affects both special ed and general ed. Most importantly, we know that if kids are not in school, they're not learning. And that's really what we want our kids to be in school for and to learn. But also it's important to note that for our district and the size of our district, if we can increase our district-wide attendance rate, ADA rate, by 1%, that increases our budget by $5 million. And so for Clovis, we are the lowest funded district in Fresno County. And so that $5 million would really help us and help us educate our kids. So who doesn't need that? So we're just excited about the work that we're doing and continuing to do, and the partnership with the system improvement leads.
Thank you, Kristen and Teresa. What's next for the network mirrors what's next for Clovis, as they are one of many teams sort of working on these big picture goals, which is to continue scale those promising change ideas across the network. We also want to grow the network. We would like to add teams to the network to continue to have more students, more families, more teachers access these improvements that we know are making a difference. We also want to maintain the improvements. So we're always watching, how do we maintain the improvements we've achieved as we're layering on more? That's a real important watch for us. And then, of course, most importantly, we want to continue to increase the percentage of IEP goals. Next slide. The data visualization you're seeing here is called a control chart. And what it's telling us is that we have some good news. We so far have increased the percentage of IEP goals met by 20%. And so as we continue to think about what's ahead, next slide, really holding our aim statement near and dear and continuing to strive in the direction of 100%. Next slide, please. We are looking for districts and teams interested in joining this work. We also have 2 additional networks, and so I'll hand it over to Heidi to talk a little bit about what those are and how you can complete an interest form.
Thanks, Beverly. So if you scan this QR code, it will take you to a little information about this network focused on improving our IEP outcomes. We also started a network this year focused on increasing graduation for students with disabilities. And we're seeing already teams in that network are seeing more students on track to graduate. And then the end of this year, moving into next year, we'll be launching another network focused on increasing attendance for students with disabilities. So we really want to take what we've learned in this network and grow it. We've seen the teams participating in our network make progress much faster than they would have on their own using this shared learning and shared data. And so we will replicate that in our other networks and hope to continue to come back and update you on those results as well. Next slide. And with that, I hope we have a couple minutes for questions. We'll turn it over to all of you.
Thank you so much. We have a few moments for questions. And so I just want to appreciate all of the information that you shared with us, specifically being able to drill down to an individual student and talk about the impact that it's having on the work is having on educators. And I really appreciated, understanding how Clovis is making this a system-wide process. And the commitment from leadership, superintendent, as well as other cabinet members to learn from these processes, and to continue building on them. One thing that really stood out or stands out every time I've had an opportunity to hear this presentation, the time that it must have taken for everyone to go through and review IEPs and goals by hand. And I just an opportunity maybe to embrace AI, not to write IEPs, but the analysis to identify themes. I see as a potential support for the work that educators are doing to understand systems and look at lots of data at a very granular level. And so if there's anyone from Silicon Valley or other places, tuning in, just want to put a plug in, districts need support in leveraging, the technology that's advancing so quickly in our world, so it benefits the next generation and the current generation of learners that are in schools. And so that's always an immediate thought for me when I hear the work that is happening through the system improvement leads work. And so we'll start with commissioner comments. I'll scan to my right and then to my left and then online.
Thank you so much. As someone who's been in many IEPs and analyzed many IEPs, I just really appreciate your concentration on the goals and goal progress reporting and meeting goals. And I'm wondering, as you're doing this work, are you also then tracking how the next set of goals align with the prior set of goals? And whether that's something because that's something that I focused a lot on, was the progress over time and progress monitoring over time.
I can jump in on that one. We're very excited about the goal rubric, and it does look at how do you create SMART goals, but it also looks at the rigor of goals and that they are moving in a forward direction over time. So the answer to that question is yes, we do look at that, because that's part of making a legally defensive goal that's appropriate for students in light of their unique situation and circumstances.
Yeah, that's great. I love that map.
I would add to, I think one of the things that teams are sharing is really exciting for them is that they're seeing the goals improve each time. And so teams are now actually calling meetings sooner. They're getting in there and saying, look, over time, that first year to the second year, now at this next meeting, the quality of the goal increases each time. And so, as Beverly said early on, yes, our aim is to increase the percentage of goals met, because we believe that every single child should be given the supports necessary to meet every goal every year. And those have to be high quality goals, and to see the momentum that teachers and families and service providers get to keep upping the quality, I think is really critical, and it really gets buy-in to keep improving each time. So it's been a nice side effect, I think, that folks get really motivated by seeing, oh, my quality goals are improving every time we have an IEP meeting.
Love it. Thanks.
Commissioner Sykes, do you have comments? Okay. Commissioner Wilkins.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really great to hear. A couple of questions is, when during the process is the goal quality rubric used? Is it used during the drafting process? Is it only used to review the IEP goals afterwards? Is it used collaboratively during the IEP meeting itself? And then another question I have is, are you also seeing improvement in the data that you shared at the beginning, with only 10.8% of students being prepared for college or career, or 119 points below standard in math? Are we also seeing not only students meeting goals, but are we also seeing some progress in those areas as well?
Yeah, I'll let me answer the first question. So we have, it really is dependent on the way that we have structured this. Is we want this to be a little fluid, and so kind of all of the above. We have many teachers who are utilizing the IEP compliance checklist as a way to draft their IEP, to make sure that they're hitting all of the parts, where they can document questions when they are talking to their mentor or their program specialist, or one of us. They are also looking at it as a way to, after the IEP, to figure out where they have more questions, they need more learning. Our program specialists are absolutely, and I think that this has been a critical piece for us, is they are utilizing those checklists to look at the trends, figure out where they need to do some professional development with their teams, bringing it back to us as a leadership team so that we can, bring it back to the NIC or develop something within our system. So we're utilizing it on multiple levels. And we do require this for every case manager, educator, related service provider, to utilize this to ensure that we are maintaining, that appropriate pace and rigor for our students.
If I can add one more thing too, to tag on to what Kristen said, we have found that our program specialists are using it in trainings with their teachers. And when our teachers bring their own IEPs to the table and can sit down and decipher those goals and look at it with the rubric, it's been really eye-opening for them as well to see their own work over several years and how that aligns or doesn't align to the goal rubric and how they can improve on that. So it's not just that we're using it for the IEPs, but that we're using it in training across the district as well. And then I think the second question was about improving data. I don't know, I don't have that in front of me, but we have improved our data significantly across the board. And so we've been very excited about that.
Yeah, I think that question really highlights what, oh, go ahead, Beth.
I was going to add to that, just to say that at the network level, we've seen those professional learning and training opportunities come up. And when we first rolled out the rubric, we actually grappled for a while around when do we use it, because we didn't want to set up a situation where an IEP team had already come to consensus and then we brought in feedback that felt like we were predetermining or determining something outside of the IEP meeting. So we were intentional around, we will use it as a supportive training opportunity, a learning opportunity in the drafting process. And if we use it post, it might be to check, are we making improvements, or is this a conversation that we will use to work on another draft set of goals so that the rest of the IEP team can still contribute to that conversation before it goes into an IEP. Now for the data piece, I think, Heidi.
I think that question really kind of highlights the tension in the lagging data outcomes and then our leading data that we're trying to collect. And so we do believe that if we have very high quality IEPs that are implemented well and progress monitored and include all members of that team, that will ultimately move those outcomes. It's going to be a couple years until we see, does this actually result in things like increased graduation rate and preparation? However, we're tracking things like achievement on track to graduate, least restrictive environment. We are starting to see moves in those. We are cautious with our data. We want to make sure that it is an actual improvement before we say that it is. But those are things that we are looking at to see, in addition to these more proximal measures that we're collecting that you've heard Clovis talk about, because that helps them adjust on a day-to-day or week-to-week basis. Are we getting closer to those big picture items? And so having that data infrastructure and continuing to collect that data is really critical, because we want to make sure we're making a difference for those individual kids in the IEP meetings, and that at the end of this process, they're graduating and set up for a lifetime. And so we continue to monitor those as well.
That's great. Thank you so much. And is it possible for us to see the goal rubric in the IEP checklist?
Absolutely. We can make those available.
Thank you.
So thank you all for your presentation. On behalf of Commissioner Sorter, I want to make sure that I share her gratitude as well. But then also we have Commissioner Oyakawa who has a comment.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. This is exciting to see the work that you're doing. I love that you focused on teachers when you were talking to the staff. And I was wondering if we could add, or if you already also included para-educators in that group, because they too are they're the day-to-day. They often, as parents, we believe they sometimes know that our kids the best, sometimes better than we do, at least at the school setting. The other thing I wanted to say is, coming from the parent side again, we've talked a lot yesterday, and I think probably will continue today, talking about the trust that the parents sometimes feel is missing from the relationship with the schools as we're working for our kids. And from parents I talk with, often they don't feel like they are part of that team when we're talking about the IEP team. And it's interesting because I walk into a meeting for my kid and I see a full table full of administrators, support service providers, teachers, and I'm like excited. I'm like, all these people are here. I can't believe they're all here working for my kid. Like she's so lucky to have this group. And other people walk in and other parents feel like, there's a wall of the district and they are there and they've already kind of had their idea of what is going to happen with my kid and they're just there to learn about it. And so I love this suggestion that you have implemented about having the pre-IEP meeting questionnaire. I have had case managers who did that with us, and it does really change the relationship that you have with the district and with the team for your kid. And I think that it seems like a small thing, but it really does impact, I think, how the family views themselves, not just how they view the others on the team, but themselves and their role. And I was wondering, talking about the high quality IEP checklists and goal checklists, I would love to see that too, but I would love to see it not just as an ACSE member, but as a parent. And I wondered if you have considered including some of, maybe not the full blown training that you're doing for your staff, but including the parents in obtaining these checklists and learning more about the process so that they really are members of the team. Because if they are part of the group that is supposed to be creating this IEP, it seems like a good idea for them to have similar tools that the others on the team have. So that was my suggestion. If it's something you haven't thought of already, I would love to see that for all our families. But I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Topalian?
Good morning. Thank you for being here and presenting. Again, great information and about how to go about doing things in the school systems of improving, but also not just about the theory, but also about the practice, learning from themselves, learning what that looks like. I think that's very important because we all go to all these different conferences and these workshops and we learn the theory, but applying it and looking at your own data makes a big difference. And I'm just wondering if there are like related services could be included in that as well, and how that would work, and if there would be like rubrics for that, or how as a multidisciplinary team this information could be utilized as with teamwork, like meeting with teams and doing all those different things. So that would be my suggestion, and if you guys do decide to have a rubric for that, please reach out and we could work together on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for your time and the information that you shared this morning. I'm going to transition to public comment and ask any members of the public in the room wishing to make public comments to please use the microphone in the back of the room, and I'll ask that we display the slide for callers.
I think it's working. Scott Turner, Chair-elect for SELPA Administrators of California. Just want to say amazing presentation, lots of information that I'll be taking back to my districts locally. I just want to commend Clovis for the years of work intentionally looking at students with disabilities and improved outcomes, and also for being vulnerable enough to be here today. I know this isn't the first time that they've shared their work, so again, just thank you. And then for the system improvement leads, a lot of elements similar to what was shared today is now embedded within the compliance improvement monitoring system, maybe not to the same degree, but we're drilling down to the student level with tools that have been created by SIL. And so it's just exciting to see how that has changed and how there's more focus on student outcomes. So I look forward to continuing to working with them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any additional public comments in the room, so we will transition to any callers.
Caller ending in 2903. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
If comfortable, please state your name. Caller, you will have exactly. Your time starts now. Hi, my name is Ms. Tran. I'm a parent in Clovis Unified School District. I thank the Special Education Department for sharing this information. Definitely is great practice. However, Ms. Tran, I'm a parent in Clovis Unified School District. I thank the Special Education Department for sharing this information. Definitely is great practice. However, this past year, the teacher has never contacted me to speak to me over the phone, due to me being on a communication plan. So I don't know if this is being delivered in an equitable manner to all parents in the district. The teacher has never contacted me to speak to me over the phone, due to me being on a communication plan. So I don't know if this is being delivered in an equitable manner to all parents in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
With that, we will close this item. And again, thank you to our partners and presenters who are here with us this morning on the call. We so appreciate you. Moving on to the next item. We are very appreciative to have the presenters from the Office of Youth and Community Restoration, Director Karen Lucero, and Michael Massa, who is a subject matter expert. We appreciate your time, and are the presenters online? Waiting for one. Okay, so then we will just tread water momentarily.
Good morning. Director Lucero is having problems with the link that was provided. Can she be directly invited?
We are working on it, so we'll just pause one moment and wait for her to pop on screen. Thank you, Michael.
There you are. All right, perfect.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about the delay.
No problem. Thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours. I believe your slide deck is being displayed for everyone, so please take it away.
Okay. And you can hear me okay, everybody? Yep. Okay. And then Michael, are you running the slide deck?
No, they're going to run it for us, Director.
Okay, let me see if I can pin it so I can see it better. Okay, there it is. All right. So good morning, and I apologize for the technical difficulties this morning. Wasn't really prepared for that, but here we are. So I'm going to go ahead and just get grounded for a minute. Really appreciate the invitation to share with you on this important topic. And is this the right slide deck, Michael? Because the first page doesn't look right.
Yeah, if we move to the next slide, it should look familiar.
Okay, thank you. We just came off of a 2-day retreat with our office. You know, we started our office in January of 2022, and I was the second person hired. We were born of legislation, SB 823, and we had this wonderful 2-day retreat together in LA, and we are 22 strong, and we have more or less five consultants and contractors, but so thank you for bearing with us while we kind of get our grounding. It's really a pleasure to meet all of you. I came from the bench. I was a judge for 22 years. I specialized in the courts that involved families in crisis, specifically juvenile court, child welfare court, and family court. And before that, I was a prosecutor. So I've been now at OYCR for just over 2 years. I wanted to kind of give you this juvenile arrest landscape. You can see there was a little bit of a bump in 2022, but it's still significantly lower than pre-COVID. As you can see, during COVID, we had 2020, 2021 drop in arrests, and then we had this little bit of a bump in 2022. We're very interested in seeing the 2023 data, which will come from the DOJ this summer. Next slide. These are the referrals to probation after the juvenile arrest slide. And this also kind of keeps in mind that every youth that is arrested doesn't necessarily get referred. Sometimes there's police diversion, there's community diversion. By the way, diversion works. And we're very interested as an office in making sure that we're looking under every rock for diversion opportunities, hopefully long before they get to a juvenile courthouse door. So here we see, again, a little bit of a bump in 2022. We think that will hopefully level out in 2023, but it's still significantly lower than the pre-COVID numbers. Next. One of the things we have to keep in mind when we're talking about the juvenile justice population is that there really are gross disparities and who is locked up, who enters systems, who stays in systems the longest. And here you can see that demonstrated by this slide, that youth of color, Latino, Black, and Native kids are overrepresented for arrests, detention, secure lockup, and remands to court. Looks like in this slide we have our 2022 data actually has that evenly paced. Next. We got some data December 2023. So this was the number of youth. As you may know, we closed the juvenile justice statewide carceral system in June of 2023, forever and for good. In the 1990s, there were 9 statewide youth facilities and 10,000 kids were incarcerated. By the time the governor signed the bill, SB 823, there were less than 1,000 kids in the statewide carceral system and only 3 remaining facilities open. So in this data point tells us that in 2021-22 fiscal year, there were 237 kids in what's now called the Secure Youth Treatment Facility in the county. We realigned the youth to the counties for care. In 2022-2023, we had 427 count, but 140 kids came from DJJ back to the counties that year. So we think that that's why there was this significant difference in the fiscal year numbers. Next. And then the race ethnicity from who's in the secure youth treatment facilities continues to show disparities for our Black and brown kids. And that's the data point A here, that where we can see that very recent disparity persists. Next. The new and different, there's a lot of new and different, okay? Because I'm not sure here who knows the nuances of the juvenile justice system, but what's new and different is that youth can now do part of their baseline commitment that the judge gave them in the community. So if a judge gives a kid 5 years detention, commitment, sentence in an SYTF, a local secure youth treatment facility, but they have a less restrictive program opportunity, the youth can actually get credit, day for day credit against that commitment. So if it was a 5-year commitment, theoretically, they could do 2.5 years in the community. There's also an opportunity for a 6-month hearing for the youth where they can get 6 months taken off their commitment. So theoretically, if a youth did really well on a 5-year commitment, they could be released in 2.5 years, or they could be stepped down. Here, this stands for the proposition that in 2021-22, under 12 youth were transferred from this institution to a less restrictive setting. But in 22-23, 100 youth were transferred to a less restrictive setting. And when we think about the universe of the youth that we're talking about, less than 600, that's a pretty significant number, that 100 youth were actually placed in less restrictive settings, meaning taken out of that secure youth treatment facility and put in another location to finish their baseline commitment. That could be a ranch, a camp, Pine Grove, community conservation course, college. There's a variety of what are being considered less restrictive programs at this time. Next. So the vision and mission of our office is that we do envision a healthy California for all youth. We're within the California Health and Human Services Division. We're not within the Correctional Division. And our mission is to promote these trauma-responsive, culturally informed, gender-honoring, positive youth development strategies and see youth as assets and valuable to society, even when they've made an awful mistake during their adolescence. Next. So a little bit more about us. We are, we have mandates, we're fulfilling, we have an ombuds division, we have a research and data division, we have a systems change and equity division. We are charged with everything from expanding diversion in California to developing technical assistance briefs. We are holding webinars. We are really trying to discuss cutting edge topics around juvenile justice reform. And we're leading the way in a variety of different, with a variety of different strategies. Next. And here are some of our mandates to increase community-based responses and interventions, assess local programs, reduce the transfer of youth to adult court, reduce those racial and cultural and gender disparities, fulfill the duties of the Ombuds Office. We've had about 300 complaints and contacts to our helpline since we opened. And we have a whole division investigating and addressing these youth complaints, these staff complaints, these family complaints. We provide extensive technical assistance, and we have a robust menu of expertise in the staff that we've hired very specifically and intentionally to cover a variety of issues, everything from gender responsiveness to sex offender rehabilitation. We're very well equipped to provide that TA. And then we're developing policy recommendations. Next. We are also promoting the same thing that the Biden administration promotes through Administrator Liz Ryan of OJJDP, which is to treat youth as youth, to understand that they are going through a developmental phase. Ages, keep in mind, youth can become incarcerated as young as 12. And we can treat them in juvenile court till they're 25. And we know that the brain development science tells us that there is a significant development going on between these ages. Some say as significant as 0 to 5, even some say more important than 0 to 5, with brain plasticity, the ability to impose resilience, and for youth to grasp good influence as well as bad influence. And so we're really looking at this from a positive youth development, letting kids be kids, serving children at home with their families and in their communities. We say close to home, and smaller congregate care facilities is certainly healthier, less harmful. And then opening up opportunities for system-involved youth, recognizing that our system-involved youth are from the least resourced neighborhoods. They're from the zip codes that we all know some of our highest need families come from. Often they are experiencing many of the ACEs that adverse childhood experiences, 4 or more in most cases. So equity, if we're really looking at an equitable outcome and really changing the landscape of juvenile justice, what we're really looking at is justice in the form of access, educational access, vocational training, mental health, home, housing, medical care, connection, safety. Many of our youth were often harmed before they harmed. There is a significant body of academia around the sexual assault to prison pipeline for girls and gender expansive youth. And many of our boys have suffered trauma prior to offenses. Next. The United States Supreme Court has also recognized that youth are different. They're not many adults. They are morally less culpable than adults. They have a greater capacity for change, and they lack the maturity, have an underdeveloped sense of responsibility. These are significant Supreme Court cases that no longer allow the death penalty for youth and no longer allow automatic life without parole. We also have significant legislation around early parole considerations for youth offenders. Next. And then here's the trends around youth facing adult court, taking into consideration what we are learning in the last 15 to 20 years about how youth are different. You can see as recently as 2017, we had 255 youth with a transfer. And in 2022, the DOJ told us that it looked like only 12 youth were transferred to adult court. Actually 158 in 2017, but as recently as 2008, we had about 1,000 kids transferred to adult court. So I think that there is a lot of attention being paid to the science. And so we're making sure that we continue to report out on what that trend looks like. Next. And then here's this lens around positive youth development. You know, something I learned as a judge is kids don't want to be fixed. They want opportunities. They want to be like their peers, their primary culture peers, their peers that do have the cell phone and the Starbucks card and the ATM. And so we need to see our youth as like other youth and not as victims, not as villains, but youth as a resource, and understand that they're very much like all other youth. They're very similar to other adolescents with fewer social assets, inherently capable of conventional behavior with sufficient access to supports. They're capable of skill development, attachment, and engagement. And we really need to play down and understand that stigma is not a way to support our youth. In fact, making sure that youth have the ability to clear their records, expunge their records, and to now, after SB 823, there is no longer sex registration for youth who offend sexually. Next. Then I wanted to mention that we are just really on the brink of some major changes with our Calling Justice package, with Medi-Cal reform, making sure that we're getting into the neighborhoods with the CBOs that are already doing good work, but supporting them with sustainable dollars, investing heavily in the community-based organization capacity building. And that is one of the advantages of being with CHHS, is we're really combining many of the good ideas for youth in general, and we're getting our juvenile justice youth on the agenda. Next. And here's something that one of our youth said, that the work with OICR is doing is life-changing for youth and young adults who are experiencing the system. There have been changes that are being felt already. We do have a youth advisory board under development right now. We are calling them a work group, but they are helping us set up our statewide advisory board because youth voice is important to us. We have them reviewing some of our policy positions, making sure that we're elevating their voice at the highest levels. Next. And I'm going to hand it off to Michael, and let's have him help you understand how we need to see our kids as students first, because that is their job. When you're 12 to 17, it's to be a student. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Director. Just want to make sure I'm coming across okay. You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. My name is Michael Massa. I'll share a little more about my background as I go through the presentation, and we can go to the next slide. But fundamental to this meeting is I started in this work as a special education teacher at Garfield High School in East LA. And it was the overrepresentation of my students involved in the juvenile justice system that really made me aware of this nexus between students with IEPs and juvenile justice. And, you know, the idea of the school to prison pipeline, and I can assume that this audience is very well versed in that. And so really the work that we're trying to do in the lens that I'm approaching the work in is not to disrupt the school to prison pipeline, but to re-engineer it. We know our kids are a manifestation of the practices that lead to them becoming in custody through a lot of different school policies. So how do we re-engineer that now that they are in custody and get out of that situation through educational outlets? And that's really the focus of what we're trying to do. If we can move to the next slide, please. So some of the initiatives that we're working on is, I feel very fortunate that we do have our comprehensive state literacy plan. However, if you look at the juvenile court schools, you'll see that there's a huge gap in that our juvenile court schools are not set up in the same way that schools in the community are. And to interpret state initiatives, policy, it's a very steep slope to climb. And so what we're doing now to address that is working with a group where we're collaborating and developing a literacy intervention curriculum for a 30-day period of time. That's the average stay for pre-adjudicated youth in our juvenile court schools who are already so disconnected and marginalized from their regular schools and don't have the efficacy and confidence to really get back into those settings. And we see that upon release that a lot of the kids don't make it back to school settings. So what we're trying to do is use the time that they're in the juvenile court schools with the intentionality of building up a skill set that would then give them the confidence to re-enter into that space where they don't have to feel as if they have no idea what's going on like their peers. And we know part of the issue with a lot of these initiatives is we don't take into consideration the unique circumstances. So this intervention that we've designed has elements of variables that would connect to a behavior management program. So now probation can play a role in supporting the youth by engaging in the juvenile court school because it will add to the behavior programs that then generate rewards. In addition to that, the intervention will have certificate development. So when students reach certain benchmarks, like, every Friday, if they've done their coursework, they would then receive a certificate that they can then bring to court with them to show the judge, hey, look, I'm using this time productively, I'm participating in the programming, and it can then be taken into consideration by the court as far as the legal situation that the students are in. So we're being very intentional around that. Next, please. Special education, like I said, that's my core. That's how I approach the work. We know that the overrepresentation of students with IEPs is significantly high in the juvenile justice system, more than 3 times likely to have a learning disability. We know that a lot of the impacts of having an IEP play a role in why the youth end up in custody. And the irony is that these are the youth that have the most protections, right? These legal documents are supposed to protect our kids with these federal regulations so that they are taken care of, yet this is one of the groups that's most overrepresented. And we need to figure out where that gap is. And one of the areas that we can certainly make progress is through transition plans. We know it's one of the state indicators. We know we're not meeting it, particularly in the juvenile court schools. And so how do we provide that training so that those transition plans can be very meaningful, not just in the education lens, but also as we work to get our kids back into the community in more productive settings. Next, please. So behavior management programs, we know, are just a huge issue right now in the juvenile detention settings. We're really looking to provide training and technical assistance around multi-tiered systems of supports. It's hard to change the mindset in carceral settings that we need to move away from punitive supports, but to more of the supporting the whole child and looking at those individual needs, all the extenuating circumstances that they come to us with, and how do we get them in a place so that they can access the educational environment, the mental health supports, so that that time is not lost. It becomes the challenge because we need the system partners to work together so that there aren't expectations set by probation in the living units versus what the school expects in the classrooms. They have to be integrated so that we're all working in one accord. And then the students don't have to switch depending on their setting and accommodating the different adults that they engage with. Next, please. So what we've done is taken a lot of the resources that are available or soon to be available to map out what exists when in a custodial setting and how that would translate and support the transition back into the community. We wanted to make sure that people were aware so that we can backward plan to make sure that the kids get the supports necessary while in detention so that it doesn't just become, okay, here's your release date. Now you have to figure out where to go do your drug counseling. You have to figure out how to get to your anger management classes. The onus of rehabilitation can't be put on the youth and their family that may not have the resources to access these supports. So providing the opportunity to really create a transition plan while in detention with the warm handoffs so that that support is ongoing throughout will be the difference and the catalyst to start reducing those recidivism rates. Next, please. So we are working with the Department of Rehabilitation, who have been amazing partners for students with IEPs. We have identified 10 counties across the state that are going to be receiving $1 million for each year over the next 3 years to fund a workforce navigator that would work inside the facilities to help identify those youth eligible for DOR resources. And then the additional funds would be to make those connections in the local community, to bring those CBOs in, to have paid internship opportunities, all of the necessary skills that any youth in a typical high school would have so that they can engage into their adulthood with the necessary skills to be able to participate meaningfully. Next, please. And one of our biggest partners is Rising Scholars through the Chancellor's Office. We're bringing in community colleges to every single one of the SYTF facilities so that those youth who are going to be in longer term commitments that more than likely will have graduated high school rather, to be able to have that opportunity to then continue their education at the higher education level and take advantage, because we know all the statistics show the more education that juvenile justice involved youth have, the lower the rates of recidivism. Unfortunately, right now within our structures, the most that they can accomplish is the associate's degree. Fortunately, though, we have a lot of innovative programs such as the Prison Graduation Initiative out of Cal State LA that is making 4-year degree possibilities reality for folks in detention. I am meeting with them to see how we extend that to the SYTF settings, because this is a new population that can certainly take advantage of these supports. Next, please. And so that leads to an effort of awareness. We know I was a principal in a juvenile court school, and one of the biggest problems I had was that my students would often say, "Hey, this isn't a real school. Why do you care if I, pay attention in class? Why do you care if I?" And I tell them, we are a real school. Like, we need to start changing that narrative. And so I went on a huge awareness campaign to really show the students that this is an opportunity that's going to create possibilities that they're seeking. They want to have jobs. It's amazing when I speak to my kids and ask what they want, and the level of normalcy that they seek is, almost unbelievable, because they want to be seen as everyone else and have those same daily responsibilities, paying rent, paying bills, and be seen as everyone else and not this marginalized group that doesn't count. It's all about that self-awareness and just providing those opportunities. So what we've done is created a brochure that we want to see made available upon enrollment for every single student, that shows a pathway that once you finish your high school diploma, what the opportunities are that open up through the California community colleges, through the prison education project, the supports from Department of Rehabilitation, and then how that leads into step 3, which are those transition services that can be accessed once in the community. Next, please. And this is what it's about, right? I would keep a cap and gown in my office, and every time one of my students would meet the criteria for graduation, I would bring them the outfit so they could wear it, so that when probation transported them back to their living units, the whole facility can see like, oh, wow, you graduate. I was really trying to socially construct that awareness around graduation, the distinction that it created. And the kids then became more motivated than any adult messaging once they saw that peer success. And that's really what we're trying to instill. We can't convince the kids what they should do. We just need to help them make the decisions for themselves and leading them on the right path. So thank you so much. I believe that's the last slide. And I just want to share, so for instance, right now I'm in Kern County meeting with Bakersfield College, their Rising programs, their Rising Scholars program, probation, and a community-based organization. And our purpose is to figure out how do we get as many of the youth in custody to the campus to be able to take their community college classes on campus with this cooperation of probation, community supports, and OYCR. And this is a model that we're looking to extend across the state. We're going to be collecting data, doing some analysis on it so that we can really develop a roadmap to then share out to the other counties on what this type of relationship looks like and how the youth are able to persevere with these opportunities. Because once we get them motivated, then the circumstances that led to their detention become minimized. And that's what we're trying to do, help them come to that realization. So it's a lot of connecting the dots, just bringing the partners together and making sure that we're all focused and really intentional in the efforts that we set forth for ourselves. So thank you. And I know we wanted to leave some time for questions.
I did want to mention that we do have an educational advisory board to help us with policy making and gap identification. We have a variety of stakeholders at the table. We also have a restorative justice advisory board. I mentioned our youth advisory board, but I wanted you to be aware that we had a variety of input from different stakeholders.
And thank you so much for the presentation, and we'll open up questions for commissioners. I first want to just respond to how appreciative I am of the language and the learning, in terms of how we change the frame, especially even on the table where we talked about the origins of most, delinquent behavior, and then it's calling out, adolescence. It's a normative response based on a need for status, belonging, power, excitement, and not feeling empathy in my current context. And so, many summers ago, I remember being an adolescent who was, looking for belonging or status or something, and how much that motivated the majority of my actions in that phase. And so, recognizing the disparities in the data in terms of who is committed to care. And commissioners, I will call out at our last meeting, we saw the APR data, and you can track the disparities for students with disabilities through this presentation as well, and the information about the prevalence of students with disabilities who are in custody. And so just appreciative of the change, and even calling out, this isn't disrupting the pipeline, but it is re-engineering an intervention and level of support for students who are in custody. So thank you for all the information that you shared. It really resonated with me and aligns with our priorities of achieving equity and reducing the disparities in outcomes. So thank you so much. I will scan to my left and then my right, and then online for commissioner comments.
Hi, I'm Saran, and thank you so much to the Office of Youth Restoration for this insightful presentation. I'm super happy, and hopefully we can collaborate soon. The data presented was incredibly valuable to me, and I genuinely appreciate the effort that was put into it, and I'm loving the passion, the desire. One point that I would love to make is that I've gathered discussions from County Department of Education and a few judges across California, and they all came to me with this one big issue. And this issue is they emphasize that it is a challenge posed when students who have committed felony crimes who are grouped with those who have committed misdemeanors such as theft, etc., in the same juvenile hall, because it's a struggle. And I know that in our adult prison system, we have a level of security for placement. My question is, how can we address this issue of mixing youth who have committed felony crimes with those who've committed misdemeanors in the same juvenile halls for counties? And that's something that a lot of counties and a lot of county Department of Educations have been struggling and have asked me to ask you that and kind of figure out a way, how can we make this more safer and more balanced? I don't know how to say it right away, but thank you.
Great question, Commissioner. Misdemeanants and status offenders should not be incarcerated. A petty theft should not warrant a jail of a child. So that's an interesting question for the judge. I was a judge for 22 years. I would not have incarcerated a misdemeanant. And by the way, the DA doesn't even have to see that ever because probation can divert it. Probation only has to take violent felonies to the DA. So I think this is a great place to call out status quo. And also, for example, 51% of all girls and gender expansive youth that were incarcerated in California in the last year it was for misdemeanors and status offenses. That means half of girls and gender expansive youth didn't have to be incarcerated. That was a decision that was made at some point along the way that is harmful. So rather than try to figure out how to separate them, let's not even put them in jail. Let's handle petty theft and misdemeanor behavior as a misdemeanor, and certainly status offenses, curfew violation, truancy, that should never warrant locking up a kid. And please ask them to call me if they'd like me to elaborate.
Absolutely.
Hi, thanks for the presentation and for being here. So appreciated. And of course, all of your extraordinary work. One of the questions that I've had is just, how can we help? And to that end, what efforts are you making to identify, for the students with IEPs that are incarcerated, both the prevention efforts that we might be able to undertake in order to keep them out, but also the services and supports necessary for them to be supported in the facilities. I think those of us that are working in the area of special education and service delivery would love to know, how we can assist.
So when I was a principal, there were very limited resources, right? We were the largest juvenile hall west of the Mississippi, 300 youth at our height. There was no gang intervention. There was nothing for the unique circumstances of the girls that were in detention. And there were just these huge gaps. And I needed to bring in immense supports very quickly. And I found that the quickest way to do that were through university partnerships. And I think our teaching preparation programs need to allow for those teaching candidates that are interested in serving this population the opportunity. We have a Cal State that can be a partner for each SYTF setting, each juvenile hall setting. And we can bring those teacher candidates in, working under the supervision of credentialed folks, to be given that opportunity to just become an additional layer of support. And what better way to prepare for this career than to work with a population that you might have immense passion for. And it's something that I am actively working on. And so to see that expanded in quick fashion might be an area that we could definitely use some support with. So I think that would be what I've always pushed my school was to look at compliance as a minimum standard. We cannot reduce special education to compliance. It's about taking care of the most needy kids. And in a juvenile hall setting, they're even needier. So what are we going to do to go above and beyond to make sure we're not just meeting annuals by timeline? completing triennials just by looking at the previous psych reports. We need to take care of our kids and use this as a vehicle to be able to do so above and beyond and not just reduce to compliance.
So it wouldn't be an ACSE day unless I started talking about early childhood. So thank you all for your presentation. And I want to also just express gratitude from our online folks who feel the same way. As during your presentation, the thing that just kept coming to mind for me is really that idea that early segregation predicts later segregation, and looking at preventative measures that we can take in order to reduce identification that's not necessarily appropriate. We know that in early childhood, many times you see a child identified for special education because of some behavioral challenges that are perceived by the adults that they're working with. And when you're looking at that pipeline piece and the percentage of individuals with IEPs who also end up in the juvenile justice system, I think it's also really important for us to consider how we're identifying from the very beginning and beyond the IEP process, just identifying young people and their families who are experiencing significant trauma early and potentially partnering that early in order to see a change in these numbers. And I think one of the questions that I have for you is, on your advisory board, do you have early childhood stakeholders, or just in the work that you're doing, do you have early childhood partners that you're working with?
So our advisory board is really looking at educational opportunities for reentry purposes. So we're really looking at high school and higher education. We are connected to the California Institute, which is a partnership with OICR, UCLA School of Education, UCSF School of Neuroscience, and UCSF School of Law. And through that committee, we are looking at the state initiative to build out literacy K through 2, and what those early interventions could look like in elementary, middle school to be preventative, so that we can address issues at school that would then prevent this pathway. And, right now our focus is the kids that are in detention, but as we create our connections and partnerships, part of the effort is looking at those local communities and the prevention that we can definitely improve upon.
We're also connected to our Surgeon General, Dr. Diana Ramos, who's a huge ACEs champion. And we are connected to all of the continuum of care within the California Health and Human Services Agency. Certainly as a judge, I worked very much in lockstep with our first 5 commission, because I found that when we empowered families that came to the juvenile justice court, we were often empowering them for their siblings, not just for the youth who was before me, but for all their brothers and sisters. And as a child welfare judge, we have, I think in Santa Clara, we have at least 12 to 13 family resource centers. I found that early childhood assessment, making sure that the kids were meeting their milestones, was critical. And I really hear you, Commissioner, on that early childhood frame. I believe in a life course framework approach, especially since we are looking at kind of an analysis of where we let down the family and how many families in that zip code have we let down. And maybe we need to look at the prenatal, the 0 to 5, the school age, in order to really start looking at root causes for the kids that present themselves at age 12 on our doorstep. There's a huge crossover population that comes from foster care. It's called dual status. And frankly, I think that we need to do better in keeping our foster care youth as foster care youth and not graduating them into the juvenile justice system. Same kids, same families, same issues. So, but thank you for the reminder. And sometimes I feel like we're trying to swallow the whole elephant, but we are taking it bite by bite, and early childhood education and interventions are certainly part of that.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think it's also an opportunity for us to challenge that status quo and recognize that transition conversations can start as early as infancy and should with the families and with individual children. I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Oyakawa online.
Thank you so much. Having you here, I think this is the first time since I've been on the commission that I've heard this conversation, and I really am grateful for you to kind of open our eyes and remind us of a population that is often, I think, misunderstood and often forgotten. And so thank you for bringing this information to us and to those in the audience who are learning with us. I love how you're looking at all the various areas of diversion, and even the discussion now with Commissioner Snipes about looking at early intervention at the earliest ages, working with families very early on. And I think I was also wondering, as a parent of a child in school, when I think of the manifestation determination hearings, I feel like that's an area that has finally gotten more attention, and I hope that will have an impact on your work and your students. And in the same vein, looking at when you think of if there's an issue at school, oftentimes there's another child and another family involved, and looking at areas of restorative justice and how that might be all worked in together to kind of work towards the same goals that you are all working towards. So I just wanted to kind of raise my hand and just say thank you, and just share some of the thoughts that were popping in about how we can be supportive as a board and as other members of the community as well. Thank you.
And just to speak to that point right there, before I became a principal, I did an analysis of the suspensions the year prior to, and overwhelmingly they were students with IEPs. And I looked at how many students had 10 or more days of missed instruction due to suspensions, and in the end of the analysis it was costing about $300,000 a year in time spent on the manifestation determination IEPs. And this is in a custodial setting, and it boggled my mind. How do we suspend a student from school when they're locked up? It just did not make sense to me. And so immediately we built out our PBIS plan. We looked at different models, full inclusion where we could, to really make sure that we prioritized instruction. And again, not the classifications that people thought were necessary for compliance. It's a lack of understanding. And even in general settings, special education is just really scary. It's litigious. People don't want to go near it. And until we have courageous leaders with that background that can make the changes necessary, our kids are never going to get what they deserve. And so that's where we are spending a lot of time, because of this overrepresentation, in really educating system leaders around parameters that really allow for best practices without the fear of falling out of a compliance, when we know by the dashboard no one's doing a great job, right? We can all improve. And so how do we do that collectively so you don't feel like you're going to be targeted for not having met some metric, but look beyond that and see, what does this child need? You will always be in the best position when you've met the needs of the child rather than justifying compliance.
I just want to add that I heard a national speaker once who was a former public defender for juveniles, who had turned into an ed rights attorney. And he said that if every third grader had an ed rights attorney, there would be no juvenile hall. So to your point with the manifestation hearings and representation and, parents being educated about their rights at those hearings, it is really critical. And this is an area where there's an overlap. And unfortunately, when there's overlaps, nobody clearly owns it. And so that's why OYCR exists, is to identify the gaps and the overlaps and make sure that youth and families aren't falling through the cracks. I agree. I as a judge, I never wanted to have litigation around an IEP or enforcing the youth's rights. But sometimes we have to, tell on ourselves and rise to the occasion of making sure that those gaps are filled, and that we're working together as the adults in the room to make sure that somebody gets what they need. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and commissioners for your comments. At this time, I want to transition to public comment. So I'll ask any members of the public wishing to make comments to line up at the microphone in the back. And if we could display the call-in information. Thank you so much.
Good morning again, Scott Turner on behalf of SELPA Administrators of California. Just want to thank the Office of Youth and Community Restoration for the amazing presentation. We've had the opportunity to meet with them multiple times with our SELPA Executive Committee, with Director Lucero, Dr. Massa, and the team. We also had Dr. Massa out at a state SELPA meeting in April. He was brought out by our Foster and Adjudicated Youth Committee. That's a volunteer committee on our association. And as I mentioned yesterday, he presented with a team at our ADR conference. So that connection has been made. And I just want to say on a personal level, I met Dr. Massa December of 2022 doing an educational review and audit for Central Juvenile Hall when he was a principal, and he was the most popular man on campus. Every student, Dr. Massa, Dr. Massa, Dr. Massa. So he really has that student focus, and I know that team all has that focus, and it's great to see. So thank you.
He's a little taller than I am. Good morning, Commissioners. Veronica Coates, Tehama County SELPA, and also speaking on Pathways to Partnership, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Resource Lead. I'll start first with my county office. We are one of the only county offices in the North State to actually have a juvenile hall still. So we receive students from multiple counties, and we really take the work of Dr. Massa seriously and want to have those students leave better than they came. So his work has really inspired us to do better. When we know better, we do better. And additionally, we've partnered with him in our resource lead because we believe that under-resourced students really deserve and need advocacy in their IEP environment. He's met with our team multiple times to inform us on those practices, as well as we had him as a speaker at our ADR conference, as Dr. Turner just said, and it was very well attended and well received. And we just thank him for his commitment to continuing to partner with us.
Thank you. I will close public comment in the room. Are there any public comments that have called in?
Yes. Caller ending in 0866. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Rita Fernandez-Luz, and I am a trustee on the San Bernardino County Board of Education. And we do have a juvenile court facility. I wholeheartedly support the idea of literacy development for youth in detention. I really appreciate the presentation and the comments made. Recently, all 5 board members of the San Bernardino County Board of Education visited the juvenile hall facilities, and apparently it was the first time in the history of the board that had ever happened. I've proposed an initiative to the board to provide intensive reading intervention for incarcerated youth. Last year, counties received an additional $80 million to serve incarcerated youth, and I want to make sure the funding is focused on services for students, especially for special education services like the Linda Mood Bell program.
Your time is up. Caller ending in 1208. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kenia Peraza. I'm a mother of an autistic child, and I'm in the South Bay of San Diego. I agree that youth minds are not fully developed at the age of 25 and can be easily influenced from anything or anybody, especially the education system and the family core system as well. So here is a little help for your guys' investigation, which I was so impressed. So resources that are supposed to be for special education are not being fully utilized for special education. Down here, and I'm speaking about my county, South County in San Diego, next to the border, is not being fully utilized. Also, we need superintendents that care, that have a fully understanding of what special ed needs are. And
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller ending in 5107. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
60% of incarcerated youth cannot read, and school districts are suing children instead of providing reading services. Irvine Unified School District spent 6 years and over $1 million in attorney fees suing one child with dyslexia. That money could have gone to reading programs for all children. Thankfully, the parents had the finances to pay for an attorney and private schooling, and the district has now been court-ordered to reimburse the family for both. But Irvine Unified has refused to pay, resulting in the U.S. Marshal being called in to confiscate the money. When school district employees don't do their jobs and teach children to read, these children feel stupid and alone, and they develop mental health issues like anxiety and depression. They may act out and can eventually be incarcerated. School district employees need to do their jobs and teach all children to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 7407. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now. Ending in 7407. If comfortable, your name and affiliation.
Hello, this is Judy McKinley calling. Dr. Massa, you're a breath of fresh air. Students with learning disabilities make up a huge portion of the juvenile justice population, and it is in many cases due to lack of proper schooling. I would like to refer you to the work of Cal Crow at Center for Learning Connections, Highline Community College, Des Moines, Washington, was a wonderful man. This commission does little to address the needs of the students with specific learning disabilities. Another issue is community colleges will not accept students without a current assessment. That should be part of the juvenile
Thank you,
justice
caller.
system.
Your time is up. Caller ending in 1331. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now. In 1331. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello.
133.
Hello, my name is Roxanne Palazón.
Please state your name and affiliation. Caller,
Hello.
you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now. Hello. 133.
Hello, my name is Roxanne Palazón. I appreciate the inclusion of individuals with first-person experience with disabilities, which brings a vital perspective to the ACSE. They offer first-hand insights into the challenges faced by families and students with disabilities, providing invaluable guidance how to best address their needs. Their lived experience serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of empathy, understanding, and inclusivity in shaping educational policy and practice. The inclusion of members representing multilingual learners enriches the Commission's discouraged and decision-making process. California is home to a rich tapestry of languages and cultures, and it's essential that the ACSE reflects this diversity by including individuals who understand the unique needs and experiences of multilingual learners. The Commission can better advocate for policies and practices that promote linguistic and cultural equity in special education. Besides, I think newly appointed members inject fresh perspectives and energy into the ACSE. The enthusiasm revitalizes the Commission's efforts and reignites its commitment to advocating for the right
Thank you, caller.
needs
Your
of
time
all
is now
students.
up. Caller ending in 3111. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Jay Schwartz. I am the Foothill SELPA Director. I represent Burbank, Glendale, and La Cañada school districts. And I thank you and support AB 2173, properly giving our students the voice and the appropriate titles that they deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. With that, I will close this item, and we are a little bit off timeline, so I will ask our next presenters for a little grace, just so that we can take our first break of the morning. And so, commissioners, I will ask you to be back on the dais at 11:20, because we have our next presenters already in the room, so we'll use this time to transition, and we will begin again at 11:20. And as a reminder, for members of the public joining the meeting in person, the bathrooms on the first floor are not working, so you have to go up to the second floor. We are very excited for this conversation and very appreciative of the State SELPA Association for bringing this matter to our attention, as well as Assemblymember Addis for her vision in addressing a change that should not have taken as long as it has taken, but aligns with our priorities to ensure that we're reducing stigma, which leads to more equitable outcomes. And so appreciative of the time, and I yield the floor to you.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me? I think I got my thing on this time. Turned it on. Veronica Coates for the SELPA Association, and I'm here with Assemblymember Dawn Addis, and we are so thankful that she joined us today to express her vision. We're just elated to have her here. So I'm going to walk you through the bill in a little bit, but I thought, as the author, she should have the first talk about this. So we're going to move right into that. As you already heard about our mission and vision at the association yesterday from our chair, I think we can skip that and go straight to Assembly Bill 2173. And the author, Assemblymember Dawn Addis from the 13th District, is here today to talk about her vision. And we can go through a little more pragmatics if we would like to after this.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me. Obviously here to speak on Assembly Bill 2173, but wanted to bring my personal story to you. I was a special education teacher who taught students with special needs for 13 years. My very first work was with students with emotional disabilities at a school for students with emotional disabilities. And so my work with those kiddos continued throughout my entire career, both in special education classes, special day class, resource settings, and inclusion settings. So I would say, for decades, we've struggled with the terms that we're trying to address with this bill, the terms of emotional disturbance and emotionally disturbed, which I would say aren't just hurtful and disrespectful, but actually do the opposite of what we want, which is to close doors on students and families. And it's well past time for us to do something about that. You are all very knowledgeable with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which requires students to fall into a category and be labeled in one of 13 ways. emotionally disturbed as one of those ways. But what we can do here in California is allow school systems, families, service providers to use the term emotional disability or emotionally disabled instead of disturbance, which really can uplift kiddos, can give them the dignity that they want. And I'll just say the reason I say these terms can close doors is because they are so stigmatizing. When you say somebody is emotionally disturbed, it's very stigmatizing for families. And sometimes we have families that just will not engage or accept services, which can cause huge problems for children in our system because they don't get the actual help that they need. So I think California is a leader. We're coming a long way in serving students, in creating inclusive and affirming environments, in teaching the whole child. And so that's where the Reducing Stigma in Education Act comes from.
And it was really serendipitous. As the SELPA Association was interested in this bill and we were looking for an author to sponsor the bill, we learned that Assemblymember Addis was already writing it. She had already had this vision in her head, right? It wasn't us bringing it to her. So she was literally the perfect match for this bill. And we want to highlight that, as that is a very special thing to find in a legislator that has her own personal story to lead us to this change in legislation. And when we testified at the Assembly Education hearing, and we didn't plan, we planned our own testimony, but we didn't co-plan, and it couldn't have been better. It couldn't have been more meaningful. I talked about my own personal journey and how I came to special education. My origin is as a school psychologist, and I really came to that as my sister had some pretty, and still does, some significant mental health challenges, and they arose when she was in childhood. And I was in college at that time. And I was in psych classes, and I was in the exceptional child class at that time in Chico State. And I remember having all this knowledge and going back home to help my mom in these meetings, this 20-year-old. And I watched her really just struggle and grapple with these decisions. And ultimately, she refused the IEP because of the label. So as Assemblymember Addis is saying, it is a real thing that can happen, and it's a long time coming that this bill could change the language. It would mean so much to many, many families and students, and also those of us who are in the field. It's just a juxtaposition of my life with then I sat across the table for many, many years, assessing and then assigning the label that was so deeply impactful to my family. So it's very meaningful to me. My voice broke a little during our testimony. I was really trying hard not to, but I think it kind of hit me in that moment that we are finally going to be where other states have been. So I'm going to go through just a couple slides because I know really we just want to hear your feedback. And today I know it's an action item on your agenda. We would really like your support. Assemblymember Addis already told us what we're doing here. We want to change that label. She already talked about IDEA, so we're going to go through real fast. We know that the problem is, stigmatization, as well as perhaps students not getting the meaningful services that they need. And I looked this up right before we came. I just wanted to see how many students were in this category last year per our CalPads and all of that, the data we sent up. And almost 22,000 students were eligible under emotional disturbance last year. So we would be impacting 22,000 students, 22,000 families immediately. We don't often see that level of impact in that immediacy. I also would like to bring attention to the issue, and I talk about this all the time. When we look at the disability category of other health impairment, and we look at the rise, it's on a similar trend line as autism. And I think it's to escape the stigmatization of the label, right? So I think we will see some data trends that will also be impacted. But really, we want to impact hearts, and that's more important than the data, in my opinion. We know what the solution is. That's why we're here today. We really want to hear from you, too. I think it's important to note, as progressive of a state as we are behind. We would join 14 other states to change to this particular term, and 10 other states have chosen similar terms. So I believe we would be the 26th state to change out of 50. I know, it's late, right? We're late to the party. This is just a quote from our chair. You saw her yesterday, and she actually spoke about this, so I don't need to go over that. And she gave her own a story to you all yesterday. And we came to the end. We'd like to hear from you all, and I'm sure there's public comment. We would expect public comment on this to support this bill. We ask for your aye vote.
Thank you so much for the information. And like you, Veronica, previous school psychologist, recognizing the conversation that I am going to share with the parent. Your child has a disturbance. It's very different in terms of weight and the questions that come up. Will my child be able to serve their country in the military if this is in their record? Will they be able to gain the trust of teachers? Does my child come off now as threatening? And so when we look at a reading disability and the ability to organize around that and recognize it as it's just part of how some of our marvelous brains work, I really appreciate the efforts to remove the stigmatization, but hopefully this also leads to greater loss of stigma related to mental health services. Children who have big emotions or who have challenges expressing their emotions or regulating them. It's not a disturbance, it's a need, and it's part of childhood. And so appreciate the intentionality in addressing language that will have ripples throughout the system. And so I will scan to my left and then my right for commissioner comments, and and then online. At the close of that, we will move to public comments and then our action item to determine if we will be moving forward with a letter of support of Bill 2173. So scanning to my left.
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation, Call This for Action. As a student commissioner with multiple disabilities, developmental delay, ADHD, autism spectrum, this is very important to me because when I was very little, I've always struggled to communicate my feelings to my classrooms, and my classrooms thought like, oh, she has anger issues, and my teachers were like, aren't you emotionally disturbed? And that kind of impacted me heavily. So, and when that caused that, a lot of people said, I don't think you will succeed in life if you have this much problems with anger issues or this problem with communicating your feelings. And to me, being able to have a bill, it's critical because to me that a label does not define disabled youth, because having a disability and having this does not limit on who you are as a person. And I just want to say thank you so much, and I'm honored to move forward with this because this is very important. And to tell youth that this is happening, this is going to reduce so much stigma for me and for so many students I represent in California, and thank you.
I also just want to echo that and thank you for your advocacy in this area. I too have a niece who was just recently, a couple of years ago, found eligible for an IEP, and because of not wanting that label, I don't think the IEP is as effective because they chose a different disabling category. And so, I think this is great work, and I really appreciate your advocacy in this area. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much. I've been hoping that this would happen for quite a while, and I just so appreciate all of you taking the time and energy to do this work. It's really, really critically important for all the reasons you said and everyone else here is saying. So I just thank you. More to come.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, just wanted to thank you for this incredibly important work. Appreciate you bringing it to us and for advocating for it. Thank you.
I echo everyone else. I want to share the appreciation from our folks online. And I just also, as someone who is sat in IEPs where very, very, very young children were identified with this category and the pain that it caused their family to have that put onto their child so early and just seeing it go along with them, I'm really, really looking forward to this change happening. We have 2 people online, and we're going to start with Commissioner Topalian.
Thank you. I really would just say, I mean, I really want to yell in excitement, but that wouldn't be appropriate at this point. But I just want to say thank you again for your advocacy. But also the important part is the help that the students would receive, the services and supports, because they're missing out on that. And as well as culturally sensitive, because when we end up translating some of the words of emotional disturbance, I know in Armenian, it was, again, in my district, it used to be translated as nervous breakdown, as opposed to an emotional problem. So I think this may be easier for like the translation, their interpretation and understanding, and the supports and services that students would receive. So thanks again, and hopefully we will advocate for it too.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
I just also want to thank you for bringing this to our attention and for us to be able to share our support as well. But I'm really excited that we are going to be able to take action on this as well. And thank you to Assemblymember Addis for her work. My sister is an elementary school teacher, and she has told me so many times of families of kids who really need support, and the families are so worried about stigma, even for other labels, and just the number of kids you will be affecting, not just the 22,000 that you've already identified, but those that have not been identified because they don't even want to start the process. So it's one word, but it's so powerful. And wow, this will make such a difference. So thank you very much.
So before we shift to public comment, I want to ask Director Heenan for her thoughts or response.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Heenan. I'm the director for the Special Education Division. And I just want to say on behalf of all our students, all 800,000 students with disabilities in this state, I really truly want to thank you for coming here today. It happens, but it's rare that we actually have an assembly member come or a senator come to these meetings. So I just truly want to thank you wholeheartedly for being the voice of our students with disabilities for the state. So thank you.
Can I say one more thing? Yeah, I want to echo that. And I don't think Assemblymember Addis is finished. I think this is just the beginning for her. I want to reflect on one of the commissioners saying this isn't just about emotional disturbance and that label. Many of our labels are wrought with stigma. And I think there's a lot of, yes, I'm seeing our student commissioner nodding right now, right? So I think we have work to do, and what an exciting time to be in the educational field to see folks that are sitting in the legislature who really care about this and show up for our students. And I wanted to echo what you said, Dr. Heenan. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll ask for the slide for public comment to be displayed, and anyone in the room wishing to make public comment, if you'd please stand up. And wanted to just close with thanking you again for your time and appreciate the vision and recognition that to change mindsets, we first need to change language because it's important. So thank you for your efforts, and we will continue to support your work and the work of the Select Committee on Serving Students with Disabilities. Thank you, Member Addis.
All right, good morning. I'm Patrick McGrew, Assistant Superintendent for the Yolo County SELPA, and I'm also representing the California SELPA Association this morning. Assemblymember Addis's Assembly Bill 2173 is important legislation, as you've heard, replacing the term emotional disturbance with emotional disability. Words matter, and replacing this outdated terminology means a lot to the students and parents who the harmful language has negatively affected. I'm proud that AB 2173 is sponsored by the California SELPA Association, and Yolo County SELPA enthusiastically supports this bill. We would appreciate ACSE support for this bill as well.
Good morning. I'm Debbie Schneider-Solis. I'm here representing California Teachers Association, and we are in complete support of this bill. On a personal note, I used to teach students with emotional disabilities, and it's very hard for me to use the words emotional disturbance when I say those are students I used to teach. In particular, I had one student who purely had anxiety in being in a general ed class, with a large group of students and was under that disturbing label. And I'm very, very happy to have this coming down the pipeline. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comments in the room, we will transition to online comments.
Number ending in 12008. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, again, I'm Kenia Peraza from the South Bay County in San Diego, and I just want to say thank you, and I say aye to this Bill 2273 because this is also a way of inclusion. This will definitely make us feel as parents and our kiddos to feel more inclusive and own their beautiful in disability they have, and that is not a bad thing. So thank you so much for this. Goodbye.
Thank you. Number ending in 0866. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yes, good morning. I've been a parent in the special education system for many, many years. And I think AB 2173 is a great idea. I'm glad that the assembly member is having that conversation and that this is the beginning, because the real issue is that students are not getting the services that they need. And in fact, lawyers are being used by districts to actively and intentionally deny students services. As an example, the Upland Unified District Board unanimously approved an agreement to provide My Child services, and district lawyers funded by SELPA went to litigate in federal court against the board directive. Okay, so in 6 months, they spent $124,000 on legal fees and $0 to provide services.
Thank you,
for
caller.
My
Your
Child.
time is up. Caller ending in 5107. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
The name of the eligibility category of a disability really should not be creating a stigma, since that information is supposed to be kept private and confidential. But privacy laws are not being followed, and I've actually had IEPs for other children emailed to me at Irvine Unified. What does cause a stigma is when school districts throw all children into directed studies classes or special day classes just because they have an IEP. Irvine Unified had to sign a resolution with the Office for Civil Rights to resolve systemic discrimination when they were prohibiting general ed students with disabilities from taking elective courses, like every other child gets to choose, and making them take directed study special ed classes instead. That is discriminatory, and that is what is creating a stigma for all of these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 5658. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Aubrey Folk, and I am a parent. Thank you so much, SELPA Association, for sponsoring this bill. I strongly support AB 2173. The term disturbance has a negative connotation and doesn't accurately represent this population. This term has a lifelong impact on students. Emotional disability is much more appropriate and should be used under the state law. Thank you, SELPA Association, for sponsoring this.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. At this moment, I will close public comment. And commissioners, I would ask, is there a motion to support or write a letter of support of this bill? And I would add, including reaching out to our partner organizations to alert them of our support and solicit their support as well. Is there a motion to write that letter?
I motion.
But, hold on just a second. Just want to clarify the conversation on the dais. We wanted to make sure we had quorum. Yesterday in our Bagley-Keene meeting, we talked about the Laird bill that allows for telephonic participation of commissioners in the meeting or participation in public meetings electronically. And so we do have quorum, and so we can proceed with the motion. Thank you for the check. Please let Sarah in Governmental Affairs know that we paid attention and are adhering to her advice. And so I believe I had a motion from Commissioner Topolin and a second from Commissioner Tuggs-Jargle.
Yes.
Okay. Pause for any discussion or clarification amongst commissioners. Hearing none, Denise, would you facilitate our vote?
Chair Tostin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Michaud,
Yes.
Commissioner Oyakawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter,
Yes.
Commissioner Topolian,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuggs-Jargle.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jump in and vote.
This is Commissioner Estes, yes.
Sorry, Commissioner Estes.
So, thank you, commissioners. The motion passes unanimously. We will be following up with our letter of support and reaching out to our partner organizations. Again, we want to express our appreciation and gratitude to the State SELPA Association and Assemblymember Addis for their leadership. We look forward to supporting the work going forward. Thank you so much. With that, we will move into our next agenda item, and we have two agenda items. We will begin with the report from Director Heenan, and then we will move into the report from the State Board before we transition to lunch.
Thank you, Chair Tostin. Commissioners, I decided I'm going to try to do my report today from the dais, in speaking both as a member of the commission and as the director for the Division of Special Education. And I also don't want to make sure I miss my notes. I took a lot of good notes yesterday. So I first want to thank the commissioners truly for all the work you do and the support for students with disabilities in the state of California. I think somebody said yesterday that Dr. Turner was everywhere. Well, every time I look on social media or see some programs or presentations happening, I see all of you in these events for leading this change. So I just wanted to personally thank you all for your work, and commissioners online as you as well. Although I've only been in this position for about 5 months, I've really truly had the opportunity to work with CDE staff, the commissioners, parents, state partners, and really realized that we're doing this together. We are working towards these common goals together, and this work obviously is going to be ongoing, but I have very strong hope and very strong excitement for the work that we're doing today. It's been an honor truly for me to be in the office and to see all the units, every unit we have in the Division of Special Education working towards that common goal with every pen stroke they do of working towards outcomes for students with disabilities. Yesterday and today, we had the opportunity to hear from our educational partners in the field who are truly changing the landscape of what we're doing and how we're working with our students with disabilities and their families and our educational partners at the LEA level. We have so much innovation happening to ensure that our educational system, number one, supports our youngest learners that we saw yesterday, and they're providing expert guidance to our LEAs throughout the state. We're ensuring that our state has a recommended, legally defensible, and more importantly, a student-centered, student-focused IEP document for school district use. And we haven't seen this before. We're ensuring our communities understand the laws and the provisions of our rights with students with disability, our most significant cognitive disabilities, and their right and need for that high school diploma. We saw today some of the amazing work and transformation from our juvenile justice system. This work has been long coming, and I'm so excited that we can partner with that agency. There's so much good happening in our state, and I'm thrilled that we got the opportunity and the public has an opportunity to see all the work that the organizations are doing together in this one system to improve outcomes. Like I said before, my first presentation, 800,000 students. I will say that probably every time we meet because I truly have a hard time, and I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding how many students that truly is that we serve in the state with for students with disabilities. And again, we cannot do it alone. Not one organization can do this alone. So again, I want to acknowledge the parents and the callers from yesterday and today and know that we do hear you. We hear your desire for transparency. We hear your need for LEAs and SELPAs to provide more information and training to families at the earliest age possible. We will work in CDE to ensure better communication happens at our level and to make sure that parents all the way up, or northest points all the way down to the border of Mexico, have the resources and support they need to understand the process and to support through the process of the IEP. So my office looks forward to being part of this positive change for our needs, for our families, and our LEAs. And today I'm just going to have a brief report, which will cover, number one, some of the legislation or the bills, and we just got to see one. I actually got chills on that one, so I'm so excited. I know that this is like that little snowball, right? And it's starting to roll, and we're going to see a lot of changes that we needed coming forward. I'm going to briefly highlight some of them where we are in the monitoring process. As you know, that's a big part of the state educational agency's job, is to monitor LEAs to make sure they are making progress in all of the indicators they're responsible for outcomes for students with disabilities. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the budget, what we know and what we're anticipating, and last highlight some of the new work that we're focusing on in the Division of Special Education. Thank you. So again, I want to point out there's just a few bills here. Some of them we've covered previously and some are new. And first of all, this bill, which I did not mention last time, Assembly Bill 438, relates to transition services. And the bill has gone through many revisions. I don't know if anybody has looked online, but as of Friday, when I prepared this, the bill was stating that a student with an IEP, the transition services, or the ITP, should begin at the start of their high school career and be no later than when the student is age 16. So currently, that is in line with what the law says. But there were prior iterations that talked about that the ITP should start in middle school as a requirement. That language has been stricken, and it's kind of back to where it was. So the status of the bill, we're watching that to see if there's any daily updates to the language on that bill. Last time I briefly mentioned Assembly Bill 2768, the Golden State Teacher expansion. And so just very briefly, it expands that grant program to those teachers who teach at a non-public school, which is a school that has 55% or more pupils who have a disability. And again, this is incentive. This is encouraging our teachers and people to get into the profession to fill these really high-need positions to work with our most vulnerable students. So I think this is a great move for our field, and we want the best of the best for teachers. So again, we're watching this bill. I also wanted to mention Assembly Bill 1938, which some people have talked about, called it as inclusive practices for our deaf and hard of hearing and visually impaired students. This bill, the intent of the bill is to ensure that the unique needs of this population are met. So our students with visual impairments, our students who are deaf and hard of hearing, or maybe deaf-blind, their unique needs are met since they are very low incidence population and not a lot of professionals have the expertise to make recommendations for these students in the IEP process. So again, it's focusing on low incidence needs of the population and even bringing in experts from the field, from our deaf and hard of hearing community or a visually impaired community, or making outreach to those professionals who can provide input to some of the services and recommendations to an IEP. We haven't really heard much of that bill. We're looking at the language to see if there's any changes coming to that. So we're watching this bill as well. Yesterday, Heather DeFeed discussed a little bit about 181, Senate Bill 181, or I believe Assembly Bill, excuse me. And although this is not new, we're working with districts now. We're really focused that they understand the requirements of what this bill says and what the eligibility is for students who are eligible for this diploma, and that it's not a different piece of paper. It is actually the diploma itself. So the state has released additional guidance on its website. There's additional frequently asked questions that we added there that we are hearing from a lot of our community. So most of the questions should be answered there regarding what that pathway is, and we've provided the link to the update on the slide. So please do, and I've asked that the community reach out to either us or your directors or your SELPA directors to get guidance and clarification on this bill and the requirements of the school district if needed. Next slide, please. Okay. Our next topic is a favorite topic of our special ed administrators, our LEAs, and our SELPA directors. As a gentle reminder, we're in our third cycle of our SIM process, our compliance and improvement monitoring process. I'm going to ask our associate director to come maybe in a couple meetings if the commission wants to have a quick review of that, or if there's a time that if questions are needed. I know it's a complex system, but basically it's a tiered system again, and it differentiates the monitoring level and the technical supports needed for school district based on their data, based on an analysis of how their students with disabilities are performing. So LEAs have received their annual determination letters, I believe the week of March 18th. And again, the letter notified the LEA based on the data that we have of their monitoring level and their support that's going to be assigned to their school district. If there are any questions, have heard some feedback regarding their monitoring level and status, please reach out to your technical assistance provider, or your FMTA, we call them, because it's another acronym that we have to have, is a Focused Monitoring and Technical Assistance Administrator. So please, if there are questions with your status, please reach out and we'll help walk you through what supports are needed. I also wanted to remind the community of our CalTAN website, California Special Education Technical Assistance Network. We do have a ton of resources on there for our community, for our educational partners to assist with the technical assistance process and gain more resources for your school districts, and also encourage parents to get on these websites and to look to see what our school districts and our SELPAs are using for compliance monitoring, and just to be in the know and informed of the monitoring system that your school district is under and the supports they are receiving. The budget slide, as you can see, it's slim, just like the budget's very slim. As you know, right now, we are still continuing to face budget deficits this year. This means for special education, we're not anticipating any new funding, grants, studies, or contracts this year. We are awaiting the governor's May revise, which will specify the funding in his budget related to special education. And although we're not anticipating any major cuts to special education, again, we don't have a lot of new funding where we can be creative. But there is something in the budget that we didn't cover last time, and it's related to the Inclusive College Technical Assistance Center. And currently in the governor's budget, there's $2 million of ongoing funding that's earmarked for one county Office of Education to help set up transition programs and services of high school students throughout California to better prepare them for the inclusive college programs that we're seeing being developed right now throughout our state. And the TA Center is proposed to be this hub to ensure that our LEAs in California are preparing students and preparing our teachers with the right coursework and the training and skills necessary to succeed and enter into these college inclusive programs. So we're waiting to see if there's money in the budget for the program. A lot of times when we're asking for new funding during a time of deficit, it's a challenge, but we're still advocating like we always will do. So there's more to come on funding, and we're hoping our legislators continue to fund our programs that focus on serving programs that serve our infants through 22-year-old students. Like we had the assembly member here today, that's huge. You know, that is huge to have someone come, and I know it's going to spread like wildfire, that passion she has, and that's what we need, just that one match to go through. So I'm excited for that. So for us, what does this mean in special education? For us, it's a time for refinement, a time to increase partnerships and participation across the state, and to improve outcomes and to focus on the work of improving outcomes for our most vulnerable learners. Right now is the time to really pull that data together. What are our resource leads and our partners doing? And now let's look at the data to see the outcomes. Are these programs and these contracts and these grants doing what we intended them to do? This is really a time of refinement. So for our community, I really want your lens to be, and thinking of all the calls last night, and I was up late thinking about a lot of those phone calls, I want our community to think, and I hear this frustration, but as a parent myself, when I experience some issues, I always think, well, what can I do as a parent to help find a solution to the issue, to offer my feedback to my LEA or my school district? And if I'm not hearing from my school district, who can I go to next to solve the problem at the lowest level possible? So CDE and the Special Ed Division is going to make a concerted effort to provide more outreach to families to make sure that they are connected with the right agencies or the right people to resolve their concerns. So we're committed to this ongoing improvement. And last, related to this, is I wanted to share some information. Can you share that? Thank you. Related to some of the new work in our division that's focused on refining the alternative dispute resolution process at the state level. We are very excited for this opportunity and the development of a constituents office within our special education division. So I just want our public to know that our division receives almost 1,000 complaints per year. 1,000. It's another number to take in. And some are significant complaints and appropriate, and the state does investigate each and every one of these complaints. But other complaints truly could be resolved quickly and at the site level, or even with an outside facilitator, a neutral facilitator. I heard a lot about trust on these calls. So our division is committed to opening a constituent office this fall with a focus on open communication with our families and our LEAs regarding questions or concerns they might have, and a prompt response to resolution. So again, it's going to provide, this office will provide a platform for families to voice their concerns, to be heard immediately, and then a decision will be made whether we're going to really work with our Pathway to Partnership, P2P, we call them, partners, and assist them through a alternative dispute resolution process, whether they're in Northern California, Southern, Central California, And then if not appropriate, if more appropriate, then we're going to refer to the complaint resolution unit, which what we do now. So our goal is to ensure families are heard and that the resolution is swift. And again, we're trying to resolve the relationships and the issues are dealt with at the lowest level possible. Remember, families have this 22-year, for many of our students, relationship, 22 years. And so what our goal is ultimately to put the power back into the IEP team and the parents as a partnership, again, that word partnership, between the parent and the IEP team to meet the needs of the students. So again, we're excited for this new office that's going to be set up in the fall. We're working out the pieces right now, but we can't do this together. We're excited about our partnerships throughout the state and to meet the needs of not only our students, but our families throughout the state of California. So with that, in closing, I just want to thank you again for your time. I look forward to our next meeting when we should have more definitive answers on the budget. We will have the budget answers. We'll see where our bills have progressed along the line to see what has been approved and what has been vetoed. But I know that a lot of our parents are going up to Legislative Day, I believe May 1st. And again, your voice is the most important voice that our legislators can hear, your voice and your children's voice. So I'm excited to hear how that goes, to talk more about the development of the constituents office, and to talk about other new happenings in the Division of Special Education. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Director Heaney. And I look forward to hearing more about the constituents office, and just want to celebrate and acknowledge the responsiveness and adding another tier of support and opportunity to make the best use of our resources, and the hours inclusive of our parents and our educators as well, to make sure that we're starting from a place of solutions orientation while still honoring all of the systems and rights that still exist. So thank you so much for that. I will scan the podium for any questions. Oh, all right. Anything online? All right.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Heenan. I just wanted to also say I'm really excited to hear about the new constituents office. Oftentimes when we talk about how parents feel about what is going on with their students and the support that they're getting or they feel they are not getting, the tone is set by the principal and then the superintendent and up and up. And to hear it coming from you and the Department of Ed is very meaningful. And I think when I, as a parent, am looking for information, I often actually do go to the CDE website first. That to me is an authority. And when there is something there that will guide me and can guide our family, that really is a powerful tool for us, especially if I can point the district to what the state is telling us as an authority. And so getting more support from the Department of Ed for our families not only will streamline the process when it becomes an issue, a dispute, but really is a really great way to support families, and also to let, I do believe I hate the word trickle down, but I do feel like you are setting a tone for the rest of the state. So thank you for listening to the families, not just the last couple of days, but just even in your time in your position. We really appreciate that. I also wanted to say, the new diploma pathway, just getting that information out, it's still, a little confusing, but more information that's coming out and just really clear guidelines is so helpful for families to be able to look at that and say, okay, this is what this means. There was confusion about if you lost services at before 22, all those types of things are really clearly laid out, and that information is very helpful. So thank you and your staff for putting that out. I know we heard yesterday that for the kids in the group 2 who are looking to not qualifying for alternate assessment, but might have other means to meet the graduation requirements, that I think there's a June 30th deadline that's coming up about getting more information about that. So I'm excited to see what comes up from that as well. Thank you.
if it's working.
It is
Is it now? Thank you, Commissioner. And I just also wanted to let you know, as well as the community, that our website is actually going through a major redesign. We are looking at making that website user-friendly, which for me, at this point, it's a challenge for me. And so we are expecting that this fall, we'll roll out a whole new website for our division specifically. And again, it should be very user-friendly for parents, for our LEAs, for our community, so that parents have the resources at their fingertips on what to find and who to call if needed. So we're excited about that coming out this fall.
Thank you. Seeing no additional commissioner comments, we will move to the State Board report and then public comments on this shared item.
I'll come up here today because it feels very far away, the table. Good morning/afternoon, just turned afternoon, everybody. I'm Allison Towery, the member of State Board of Education. This is my liaison duty. I just wanted to give a few updates from the March board meeting, but first and foremost, wanted to just express my gratitude to this commission for your service and support and the time commitment that you give to the work. And it's apparent, as it's been about a year and a half now that I've been in these meetings, the passion that you bring and the perspectives that you bring are so important to push us, our state, in the right directions. So thank you for that. In March, we have an item called it's called a mega item. So you can imagine it's very big, but it talks about the 2023 California State Dashboard, and to provide input on the work plan information on the 2023 dashboard, but to provide input on the 2024 work plan. And so, as you know, the purpose of the dashboard is to assist local education agencies, districts or county offices, to assess strengths and weaknesses in areas that need focus, and then also to identify LEAs that need differentiated assistance and would benefit from that. So there's big movement in science and the science assessment world. So California standards, the California Science Test, as well as the California Alternative Assessment for Science Test, we're developing, the CD is developing options to include those on the dashboard. And they need to take an alternative approach they need to figure out how to get those metrics for use into the dashboard. So they're seeking feedback from the California Practitioner Advisory Group in June, again, for both of those assessments. And then we'll bring that back to the State Board of Education in July. We're also looking at several issues on the science assessment, such as cut scores, change cut points, the color scheme for the dashboard, the 5x5 grid that some of you may have seen on the dashboard, and then what would differentiate assistance look like for the criteria for that for science. And so if anybody's interested in science, now's the time to be really leaning in on that. And as you know, science is a place where our young people in schools really find a lot of meaning and a lot of value. It's a place that we teach literacy and language. And it's a place that there's a lot of hands-on engagement for students. And so I would encourage anyone, if you're more interested in that, to please ask. Probably outside of this meeting, we could get information to you on that. And then also, big news is that the 2024 work plan will include transitional kindergarten as a newly distinct population of students, and also adding an long-term English learners student population as a separate student group. And those are two very big movements, I would think, for our commission here, because we have many students with disabilities in both of those groups. And what that also does is allow us to see, for example, transitional kindergarten students at suspensions rates, chronic absenteeism, ways of supporting schools, students, and families and caregivers in those particular areas. And in addition, the long-term English learner student population is also being added to many indicators including the college and career, and chronic absentee, and other academic indicators. So the other couple things on this mega item that I thought are important is individual student level growth data using 3 years of CASP data now will be following the release of the 2024 dashboard. And important in the future role of growth data that the state is looking at in a connection to the accountability system. And also the priority one, which is the state assignment of teachers. And so looking at the impact of that as well. So, and then lastly, in that item, the California Department of Education is seeking guidance on short and long-term goals for the college and career indicator. And so looking at, what career measurements are going to be used, like internships, student-led enterprise, things like simulated work-based learning are all areas that are being considered for inclusion in the new accountability, in a future accountability work plan. And then 3 other really brief updates separate from that mega item are the State Board in March approved the Unified Strategic Workforce Development Plan from 2024 to 2027, and that brings about $1 billion of federal funding for workforce development. And so it's vital for many of our young people. And the plan outlines the importance of employment opportunities for our young people, education opportunities, and training programs for our youth and our young adults. And it includes things like Title II, Title III funding. There's something called WIOA, which stands for the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2014. And so lots of opportunities for our young people on that. The next one is, next update is, as you probably have been following, in the 25-26 school year, California has passed legislation that will require kindergarten, first grade, and second grade students to be screened for early literacy. And the SBE received an update from the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel. So these are the grown-ups that have been selected to help decide which of these screeners will be available for school districts to use. And the panel is tasked with creating the list of evidence-based and culturally relevant, responsive, and developmentally appropriate screening instruments. And so the panel met for the first time in February 2024, and they're continuing to review and seek comments on the criteria that would be used to inform the evaluation of the screening instruments. And then lastly, just a happy note, and Saran, you're here today. The SB always looks for early and extensive outreach for a Board of Education member that is a student. And so these students are currently sophomores. And so any student who's a California resident in a public school, enrolled in a public school, and will be a will be a senior in the 25-26 school year. We're beginning that outreach right now. So you can check for information on that on the website. And again, thank you again for everybody's service and support on this commission. And with that, I'll turn it over back to you, Chair David Tufson. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Talbert. And I appreciate the foreshadowing of the changes that will be coming in the future, especially around the adding of new student groups, and that's something that we obviously will want to be intentional in our conversations and understanding, and providing advisement around some of the nuances for those student populations as they connect to special education. So I appreciate that, and we look forward to the continuing conversation. I want to scan the dais for any additional questions or comments. Scanning to my left, seeing none.
Thanks. I just have one question. On the screening tools, what is the estimated timeline for identifying those?
I don't have those off the top of my head, Elizabeth, but we can certainly follow up with in writing to the commission. Yeah. I have a sense of it, but I don't want to misspeak.
Thank you. Any comments for commissioners online? Seeing none, I will close the item and move to public comment and then transition to lunch. So any members of the public in the room wishing to make comment, please line up the microphone in the back. And individuals wishing to call in and make public comment, the information is displayed now. Veronica.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Veronica Coates. I serve on the executive committee for the SELPA Administrators of California, and we would like to align ourselves with the comments by the commissioner earlier about Dr. Heenan's work and leadership. She brings a lens that the department will now have on parent and student voice, and I do believe that will trickle down to the practitioner level. We want to thank her and her staff for that innovation. I also come as the executive director of Pathways to Partnership, the special education resource lead for alternative dispute resolution. We would like to thank Director Heenan and her staff for their support and again, their innovation around the constituency office. We are elated for this work and are so excited to partner with her. And we are just very proud of the vision she brings around student and parent voice and the preservation of relationships in our system. Thank you.
Thank you. I will close public comment in the room and transition to public comment online.
Caller ending in 5107. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
The CDE staff has not been transparent and has violated the California Public Records Act by refusing to provide compliance complaints filed against school districts. Some CDE workers are rude to the public and withhold these public records, while other state agencies even publicly post all of these complaints. CDE investigators often make excuses for the unlawful actions of district employees. And when the CDE only orders that district staff send yet another memo or get more taxpayer-paid training, that does absolutely nothing to stop unlawful behavior. The CDE must stop hiding information from the public and stop the unlawful actions of school district employees that are occurring on a daily basis against children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 0866. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. First of all, I love the idea of the constituent's office. Last year, before Director Heenan was appointed to her position, the Senate Education Committee asked CDE the question of how much money out of the $7 billion per year going to special ed in California is being used for direct services to students. No one could answer that question. Please, Director Heenan, ask the question of how much money SELPAs are using for non-direct services like lawsuits against students. I hope CDE can help us parents monitor the LEAs. We have to be our own investigators and then face retaliation for blowing the whistle. So CDE needs to do audits and remain proactive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller ending in 4146. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I'm not comfortable leaving my who I am. I'm an anonymous parent. I fear retaliation from my district. First of all, 1 minute is not enough time to hear all the issues that we have to deal with every day. I'm glad that you want to monitor the LEAs, but we ask you to actually monitor the LEAs. Right now, the LEAs are using SPED funds for attorneys instead of direct services to our kids. Our kids are not provided
inclusive practices. Students with low incidences are forced to leave the school in order to get the services they need. They're forced to sign non-disclosure agreements in order to get the services they need. I applaud you that you want to do something for parent-student voice. However, you need to understand, 1, you are white. 2, your voice is heard. And 3, we are ignored. If you are not white, you have a less chance of getting support and services for your kiddos. There is great disparity.
Thank you for your time.
Special ed.
Your time is up. Caller ending in 0069. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. I have filed several complaints against the Irvine Unified 2 CDE where the investigation process has been unfair and its lack of efforts and accountability. For instance, a complaint was made indicating the possibility of my signature being forged in the initial IEP. CDE did not further investigate, citing that the signature was in an electronic form and therefore could only have been mine. I'm currently awaiting a decision on the complaint that I appealed to CDE regarding Irvine Unified's actions. It has been over 6 months since my appeal and have been informed that there is no time frame for a final decision. I've requested copies of the Irvine Unified School District's documents that were submitted once the investigation closed, but my request has been ignored every single time. I urge CDE to conduct thorough investigations and protect the students' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 1331. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, it's Roxanne Palestino. So, South County SELPA is intentionally creating oppressive barriers to parents' participation and naming parents as assistants and their revised local plan, trying to lock this in for another 3 years. If we don't fight this, we'll have another layer of oppression to break through. This is real. This is no joke. The CAC is not assisting. It's for parents, by parents. They have not permitted this for over 13 years. What do we have to do to get your support? They want authority to override the bylaws and remove people at their will. In our district, our superintendent is chair for the Superintendent Council. After so many disparities and barriers, we know she does not care about special ed. She doesn't even speak our language. We need new leaders who can face these issues strong, not try to do everything in their power to keep full control. I ask again, please come support us. Don't call, come in person. We need your support, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 5612. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Nurse. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jackie, and I would like to express how I am deeply disheartened by the lack of necessary accommodations, such as an interpreter provided by the CDE staff. I'm one of the parents that I have filed multiple complaints, and when I requested an interpreters, they are not available, and I have to contact a friend to interpret to me about the discussions and the complaints. And after that, the decision to release significant results without first consulting with us has left us feeling disregarded and devalued. And so this is raising a serious concern regarding parents that are our language, a secondary language is English. So please help us to understand this and be more considerate to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller ending in 1208. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, again from the South Bay, SELPA. What is happening here with the director? He is not helping any of the special education kids here in the South Bay. He is advising the superintendents of each district to move the rest of the funds to general education. And he states that general education is the same as special education, which is clearly not. Those funds are for special education only. And also, where is he? Why is he not in this meeting? That shows the lack of interest of any SELPA director who is not in this meeting. I see a lot of empty chairs in there, which is not supposed to be that way. Thank you.
There are no callers at this time.
I want to thank everyone for their comments and time. And so at this point, we will take a break. We are a little off on our timeline, but I can assure you we'll make some time up this afternoon. We won't be going to the stated time on the agenda just because some committees will not be meeting today. So it's 12:30. We have kind of I'll ask everyone to take a 30-minute lunch stretch break, and we'll be back at 1 for our general public comments, and then we'll move into our committee sessions and report out. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience and welcome back. We will proceed to our next agenda item, general public comment. I will ask anyone in the room wishing to make general public comments to please line up, and we'll take this moment to display the slide deck or the call-in information for callers. Seeing no public commenters in the room, I will close public comment in the room and pause for another 30 seconds for anyone dialing in.
Caller ending in 0866. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Rita Fernandez-Luz, and I'm a trustee on the San Bernardino County Board of Education representing the West End in San Bernardino County. I urge your committee to support inclusion of language in the budget to ensure accountability for K-12 special education. Currently, no one knows how much of the over $7 billion being spent by our state on special education is actually being used for services to students. There have been reports by the Public Policy Institute of California and other entities that have concluded that the special education local plan area SELPA system in California lacks accountability, and funding is being misused by SELPAs who are diverting resources to activities such as suing students with disabilities in order to deny them needed services. Last year, Governor Newsom attempted to bring some accountability into the process by including a cap on the amount of funding that SELPAs can use for non-direct services.
Thank you. Your time is up. Caller ending in 5107. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Deborah Cam, and I am with the Coalition for Opportunity and Rights in Education, also called CORE. I'm very concerned that parents and community groups have not been represented at this two-day meeting. Every presentation has been made by government employees who have a certain perspective and agenda. Parents and community members, who are your primary stakeholders, are required to try to frantically call in at the right time and are only allowed 1 minute to comment. This is clearly disparate treatment, and this commission is not getting an accurate view of what is happening in special education. I propose that you allow CORE and other parent organizations an equal opportunity to present issues to this advisory board. I will follow up via email on how you can ensure equal representation and hear from your primary stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
I want to thank everyone who's called in, and at this time I will close general public comment, and we will move into our committee time and work session. And so we will do this work from the dais, and today we will have time devoted to the goal award. Briefly, the elections committee, just to make sure we have all of the information in. Operations, and because we're missing some folks, we will hold off unless there's anyone on any other committee chair who would like to devote time to their committee today. All right. So with that, we will cover those three meetings. This is an action item. We should have action on the goal award. And in operations, I will share a few items for us to look forward to at a subsequent meeting. And so with that, I will transition to the goal award committee chairs.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Chair Tostin. We are very excited to share some updates on the Goal Award. We received more than double the applications that we got last year for this year's Goal Award. In addition to that high number, we also had huge diversity in applications. We had all the way from preschool programs to post-secondary transition programs. We had applications from districts, from charters, from county offices, and from non-public schools. And we had representation across the full state of California. So we're very excited for all of those applications. And thank you very much to all of the schools that submitted applications, the districts, the charters, the county offices, and the non-public schools. We completed scoring over the last couple weeks. Thank you to all of our commissioners who provided your scores for the Goal Award. And we wanted to announce that we have 3 finalists for this year's Goal Award. The first is the Orange County Office of Education Connections Program. The second is Oak Hill Prep, Oak Hill School. And the third is San Mateo Union High School District Bay Quest Scholars. We wanted to bring these 3 finalists to the dais today to discuss. We're prepared to give 2 goal awards this year, and so we would like to choose 2 of these programs to provide the goal award to. So I would like to open the floor for discussion for those who reviewed the applications. And Co-Chair Hamilton, if you have anything to add, please do.
I would ask anyone who reviewed one of the applications under consideration. It sounds like there are 3, and we want to look at 2. I see Commissioner Oyakawa has her hand up.
Just a quick question, if you could, repeat the 3 finalists again.
Yes, absolutely. So it is the Orange County Office of Education Connections Program, the Oak Hill Prep, Oak Hill School Program, and the San Mateo Union High School District Bay Quest Scholars Program.
And having not looked at the applications, is there a brief overview or summary we might be able to have of the 3 programs?
And we'll start with the Orange County Department of Education Connections Program. This provides educational programming for students with the most extensive support needs at 13 school sites throughout Orange County. And is reimagining career and vocational opportunities for students through the lens of career technical education. The Bay Quest program, Bridging Adults and Youth. The innovative initiative established an inclusive integrated studies college experience specifically designed for students with disabilities and to support them in being ready for college. A strategic partnership forged with the College of San Mateo, a local community college, leveraging the combined expertise and resources of both institutions to ensure success of scholars. And that was the Bay Quest program. And then give me one moment to pull up the final one. And then the Oak Hill School program provides educational and clinical services to students with autism and other neurologically developmentally based disorders relating to communication. And they are a diverse program where students' multidisciplinary treatment programs include speech language, occupational therapy, psychotherapy, and others.
I'll start some discussion. The San Mateo program, I think, aligns with some of our conversations earlier this year, and highlighting the importance of a living wage for individuals with disabilities, and we've heard presentations that have emphasized the challenge in obtaining a living wage or a family-sustaining wage. And so that really resonates for me in terms of a program that I believe we all have discussed previously when I think about the Redwood program that we're hoping to hear from in the future, that makes higher education or increases the access to higher education for individuals with disabilities. And just scanning through my mind, the previous goal awards in recent years have been focused on K-12 environments primarily. And last year literacy, the year before that I think it was the combined education or the partnership with the Special Olympics. And I can't remember beyond that because I'm old. But I really like, or this is really jumping out at me as something that we've not reviewed as a potential goal award recipient in the past. And so I would support San Mateo being selected as the San Mateo program being selected as one of those programs.
If I may interject, I agree. Chair Tostin, there actually in our 3 finalists are 2 transition programs that I think both are relevant to that specific goal. So both San Mateo Union High School and also the Orange County Connections Program. The Connections Program is actually pretty big, but specifically this application is for a program that they have that represents a pioneering stride towards inclusive education and career readiness for students with extensive support needs by harnessing the potential of the agricultural and natural resources pathway. And so they're not just teaching vocational skills, but also empowering students with confidence, self-esteem, and soft skills necessary for other types of meaningful employment and societal contribution. So both of those programs actually kind of go in that direction.
I would also like to agree on San Mateo's Union High School's application. I think that their mission, their objective really aligned with our commission values. If I can reread it, what they said is, the mission of Bay Quest program is to empower students with disabilities to realize their full potential through inclusive, integrated, and comprehensive post-secondary education and transition services. The vision entails a future where individuals with disabilities have equal access to education, employment, and community participation, fostering a society that values diversity and inclusion. When I was reading that and the goals and everything else, I thought that that really aligned with our missions and our values, because I remember that Commissioner Estes is always about integrating services, and a lot of us agree that we need diversity and that we need inclusion. So reading their application was very mesmerizing, and I really appreciated it. And I think that I would be happy to have one of them as one of our selected award. Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Commissioner
I would just concur with what's already been said in that it aligns well with ACSE's priorities, and it also just aligns with federal and state initiatives around employment first, around competitive integrated employment, and with the elimination of subminimum wage, really ensuring that we're providing the skills necessary during our educational programs to ensure that people with disabilities are able to competitively pursue career paths. We said we were selecting 2 winners? Is that okay?
Yeah, and I would actually like to suggest that we recognize both the Orange County Department of Education Connections Program and the San Mateo Union High School District Bay Quest Scholars Program as 2 great programs that align with, one of our target areas of transition to employment.
And I would just like to add that, again, looking at sustainability, right? You go to school and how does that sustain throughout your lifetime? So looking at Orange County's and reading the student voices that they've included really does show what the students are getting out of it and how it will carry through for the rest of their lives and be sustainable in terms of cooking, growing their own vegetables. I like how they said Foodie Fridays.
I'd also, I'll just take a moment and highlight some of the great work happening at the Oak Hill School that focuses on supporting students who are on the autism spectrum. And some of the highlights from their report are how well services are integrated on site. But what resonates with me is that it started with a vision shared by parents and educators and it peers community members. So I did want to highlight that. It doesn't change it, I think. My recommendation in support of the 2 other programs, but I did want to highlight some of the positives from that program.
This is Christine online. I just also wanted to say I agree that these the 2 programs that I would recommend. I agree. I love the focus on a different cohort than the last awards have highlighted, and this is what we've been talking about for the last couple of years, at least very specifically about supporting our future adults with disabilities. The San Mateo program in particular with its work with community colleges, I think is very unique. And it was just exciting to read that. With both programs, I think they can be replicated, which is very important. And I think the funding sources sound like something that other programs and LEAs around the state could also try to incorporate aspects of that. So I'm wholeheartedly in support of those 2. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, when we conclude committee time, I'll ask for one of the chairs to make a motion in support of those 2 programs for being recipients of the Gold Award, and we will, whatever the balance is left in our Gold Award funding, we will split equally between the programs and attempt to have them participate in either our June or August meeting, whatever works best with calendars. Also want to just confirm with commissioners, everyone who submitted an application. I believe last year we wrote a thank you letter and just acknowledged the strengths of their program, so we'll put that in the queue to develop as well. Any further conversation, discussion related to the goal award? Okay. We will close this portion of our working group time and move to the election committee. Just want to make sure everyone, I know everyone received the email, and want to make sure that you have your self-nomination forms submitted before the end of this meeting as outlined in the bylaws. So turn over to Commissioner Wilkins for any additional comments.
We've received about half so far, so if the other commissioners could please get those to ACSE or myself, that would be greatly appreciated. And we should have a ballot who will be running for each office 20 days prior to the next meeting, which is May 23rd or so. So we will email those names out to the commission as a whole, and then we will do a voice vote at the June meeting for our officers for the 24-25 year. Thank you.
And related to elections, as I shared at a previous meeting, once this cycle has closed, I would propose, and just trying to balance it, because I'm currently in office and planning on seeking office again, but I shared last meeting, the one-year cycle I think can be disruptive to our work to have to go through this cycle every year, and so we'll be proposing a bylaw amendment for a 2-year cycle beginning next year. And so wanted to highlight that as it specifically relates to elections, but bylaws in general. As we wrap up the year, I'll ask everyone between this meeting and next meeting to review the bylaws so that we can just begin flagging areas that we want to have some clarity or strengthen. Another example would be Commissioner Tuggs-Jargel asked a question related specifically to commissioners who are students, and the bylaws are unclear in some areas. And so just want to flag those areas in our bylaws so that we can begin working on them, hopefully for adoption no later than the August meeting, so at the beginning of our next year's cycle, so that we have all of that solidified during the summer. And so all commissioners, please review the bylaws for a more in-depth conversation at our June meeting. And Denise, if I can ask you to put on your list to email everyone the bylaws so that we have the current copy of the bylaws for our review. All right. Any other comments, questions related to elections before we transition on? So moving quickly into some operational pieces. Also outlined in the bylaws is the description of the operations committee. I would encourage us all to pay attention to that language because it may not be conducive to the conversations we want to have going forward and the structure we have of our committee time. Previously, operations was held the morning of the first day, and I think included the officers and chairs of the Leg and Policy Committee. And another committee. Since we've changed our structure, we can look at operations potentially differently. Operations includes structure of the agenda, different administrative conversations that are happening. We've transitioned a lot of the strategic conversation to a whole commission, relying on our Leg and Policy Committee as well as other committee chairs and all commissioners for input. And so that's another proposed amendment that I would, highlight in our bylaw review. And I'll make an invitation to anyone who enjoys the work of policy and bylaws and wants to do some line-by-line revisions. We are seeking chairs for our bylaws committee going into next year. One of our core tasks as ACSE is advisement, and we earlier this year decided to communicate strategically using our annual report to highlight and advocate and advise on priorities at the start of the legislative cycle. And so in the early fall, August to October, using that window to communicate, which is the time we publish our annual report. This year we tried to coordinate a Ledge Day for this meeting where we would go over to the Capitol and spend some time. And what we've learned is it's a really busy time of year for the legislature. And so knowing that they are all engaged in their core responsibilities, so with such short time left before the May revise, the fall seems like a very opportune time for us to spend time with our legislature, sharing information that we have learned over the course of our meetings this year. And so as that relates to the annual report, we've been talking with our teammates from the SIP program who support the publishing of that, and we're beginning to shift the outline of the annual report to achieve this purpose. And so highlighting areas of specific priority that we can all continue to discuss at the June meeting in greater detail, and highlighting lessons learned this year, and using it as our communication document that says, based on what we've learned over the course of this year and our read of the landscape from our various perspectives, here are areas we would like to highlight as our appointing bodies begin their work for the next cycle. And so, for example, some of the areas that I might propose highlighting: what we learned about rightful presence and belonging, what we learned today about the importance of parent voice and some of the challenges we've had as a commission incorporating student voice in our work, and what that's meant in terms of, for us in terms of strengthening our ability to listen but understand different perspectives. And so how we articulate that in our advisement, I think aligns with the goals that we set for ourselves and actions that we developed this year. And so we'll, at the June meeting, spend some time discussing our approach to the annual report, as well as our strategic plan. Currently, our strategic plan has priorities and goals, as well as actions. And I might suggest that we identify one universal goal that all of our actions and priorities are supporting, whether that is belonging and inclusion, whether that is ensuring that children have access to all the services they're entitled, or that our educators are supported. So these are all not for suggestion, but examples of how we might identify one universal goal that we are targeting all of our other goals, actions, and priorities in support of. The other operational item I wanted to share with you related to the Goal Award. We are exhausting the Goal Awards funds this year. In previous conversations, the Glazier family had communicated that there was not an interest at this time in replenishing the Goal Award, and so we began reaching out to other entities in support of the Goal Award. We'll continue those conversations, and we'll have a full report out at our next meeting of how we might shape the award or recognition from ACSE going forward. And I just want to tie the opportunity here, if we identify a universal goal and vision that we are moving towards, that provides us direction on the recognition that we want to have for programs and organizations in the future. And so part of our work next year operationally will be to align all of our practices, strategic plan and actions and communication as it's continued to shape our work this year in agenda items. All right. So I'll pause there. Any questions, thoughts, reflections, hopes or dreams that I may not have captured in my comments? So I'll scan to my left. See no comments right now. Scanning to my right. Scanning online. All right. So with that, we will have a fuller conversation at our last meeting of the year. And as we structured the agenda, this is the portion of the day where we get to, take care of commission business. And so we've completed all of our presentations, which I think is working for us in terms of a flow of the agenda. And so we'll spend our afternoon in June finalizing our final activities for the 23-24 school year and laying the groundwork for our launch in 24-25. With that, I will, before we close committee time, I will seek any motions that need to be made from committee, and then we'll go through the decision process.
I'd like to make a motion to formally recognize 2 recipients for the 2024 Goal Award, the Orange County Office of Education Connections Program and the San Mateo Union High School District Bay Quest Scholars Program.
I'd like to second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Before we proceed to the roll call, is there any further discussion or question? All right.
Commissioner Tustin?
Yes.
Commissioner Estes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Michaud?
Yes.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter?
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuggs-Jargle?
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you, everyone. With that, I will conclude committee time and ask for any members of the public in the room wishing to make.
Sorry, Chair Tostin?
Yes.
Sorry, this is Christine. I just had a quick question. Is there going to be a separate vote on award amounts? Is that coming up? And how?
You think we had correct me if I'm wrong, I think we had previously agreed that this year we would split the remaining balance.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what that is. If we know it.
Give us a few seconds. Denise is looking it up. I won't speculate.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
So I'll hold for public comment while we're looking at this information, just in case we want to consider something differently.
So the current balance is $9,454.95. And so we would be splitting that evenly between the 2 programs. It would be about a little over $4,700 per program.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure procedurally we didn't need to vote specifically. I didn't know if we actually voted on that part before. I know we discussed it, but I didn't recall, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Why don't we just go ahead and vote, and then we'll be covered, having just gone through our Bagley-Keene training. So I'll make the motion that we split the remaining balance of the Gold Award funds equally between the 2 recipients that we identified.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Is there any conversation or discussion? Okay, we'll proceed with the roll call vote.
Chair Tostin?
Yes.
Commissioner Estes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Michaud?
Yes.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter?
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins?
Yes.
And Commissioner Tuggs-Jargle, excuse me.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa, for your attention to detail. Additionally, since this is the last year of the Glazier Award, I'll also write a letter to the Glazier family, letting them know how the funds were dispensed and thanking them for their support in past years. With that, I will ask any members of the public wishing to make comments to line up in the back, and if we could display the information for individuals wishing to call in.
Good afternoon, Scott Turner on behalf of SELP Administrators of California. Just wanted to share again that we supported a lunch for this event last year, and our association does believe that this continues to be in alignment with our nonprofit organization's values, and we would like to similarly support these 2 recipients at a future meeting with a lunch again.
Seeing no additional public comments in the room, I will close public comments in the room and move to any public comments online.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. I will close public comment on this item. So moving into the next item, committee reports and agenda building. If I may, I'll report out on behalf of the committees. The Gold Award Committee met and identified 2 recipients of the Gold Award and acknowledged a 3rd applicant. The commission will follow up, acknowledging all of the applications that we received. We will move forward with awarding the Gold Award, splitting the remaining balance between the 2 acknowledged recipients, and invite them to present at a subsequent ACSE meeting. The Elections Committee met and shared an update. All self-nomination forms are needing to be turned in by the end of this meeting, and a slate of candidates will be provided 20 days in advance of our next meeting. At our next meeting in June, we will have the vote of the officers moving into the 24-25 school year. And as a reminder, our vote is going to be in public, and so we will go around the dais and have our votes at our June meeting for officers who will take office at the August meeting. The Operations Committee met and discussed a number of details related to operation of ACSE, specifically potential bylaw changes, as well as continued refinement on our strategy and approach to ensure that we're articulating a clear vision where our actions and use of resources, primarily our time, when we're together, is aligned with the stated goals and mission. And at our next meeting, we will be focusing in on the end-of-year activities that include the annual report, as well as planning for the start of the 24-25 school year. With that, I would like to shift into agenda building. Before we solicit items for future agendas, I will highlight we already have some recommendations from a previous meeting that we weren't able to confirm for this meeting. Specifically, we previously requested a presentation from the California Dyslexia Initiative to understand an update on their progress. We had requested a presentation from the Redwood program at University of UC Davis, as well as a presentation related to community schools. Were already previously suggested for the agenda. There was also a suggestion for something related to trauma. And full disclosure, I wasn't able to attend the bottom portion of the last meeting, so I wasn't exactly sure what we wanted to hear as it related to trauma and who the invitation should go out to. And so as we move into agenda building, wanted you to have that information. And would also ask if you were making a suggested topic for the agenda, it's helpful to have a potential speaker in mind or an organization who might help us identify potential speakers. So seeking recommendations for agenda building for our June meeting.
I'm wondering if it would be good to hear from the FECs, since we had a lot about community and parent engagement this time. I'm assuming CDE would have good contacts for that, because I personally do not, or I know we have a liaison to the FECs as well.
And the FECs, I believe, joined us earlier this year. I want to say it was the August or October agenda, so we could certainly follow up. And I remember that they were launching, a number of the FECs were launching this year, and so this might be a good time just to hear on their progress over the year as they've launched. So I'll follow up with Robin at Seeds of Partnership.
One of mine is I would love for Cars Plus to come back to do a presentation on their conference from February, because I think it was a very big conference and a very successful conference. And I'm sure they have a lot to say, and I would love for Lana to come in to do another presentation.
And if I may, if if Cars Plus has a summary, whether it's visual or written, of the highlights, if you would share that with us as well. And so certainly we'll have it on the list, but also just want to hear about it in general. So either way, we have that information. Thank you.
Just building consistency with the priorities that we created for the committee, and I honestly cannot recall when we had our presentation on community schools and inclusion of students with IEPs in both the process and implementation of community schools. And I know we talked about some follow-up that might be happening and a report back. So that would be great.
Additional topics or suggestions? I think I hear everyone, speaking about the Gold Award recipients potentially coming in June. So I'll reserve 2 slots based on their availability for June.
Yeah, and I would like to say Autism and Communication Center at Cal Lutheran University and the work that they are doing.
And Commissioner Sorter, if you would shoot me an email or connect with me about a potential point of contact, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
I wanted to sort of follow up on one of the requests about the FECs, but also looking to the parent voice and experience. When you're right, I believe we did have them earlier, and it would be great to get a follow-up. But I don't know which organization, but I'm thinking of how we can bring in parents who are parents of children who are English language learners to learn more about that experience and what works, what doesn't work, and how we can better support them. There's always a kind of a mention of that cohort, but it's not always been the focus. And so I would like to learn more about what we can do to help support these students and their families for participating in their students' education. Thank you.
So if I may, thank you so much for that suggestion. I just want to make sure I captured it correctly. Invitation from someone who can help us understand the experience of parents whose children are, the correct term is duly identified as English language learners and students with disabilities.
I think that's one of the groups. It could also even just be oftentimes it's the parents who are the English language learners. The student might not actually be identified as such, but it's often the parents who are not able to access the resources that they need. So I don't want to limit it only to the student's identification, but how we can, how the state, how all of our programs can better support these families throughout the state. So, and I'm sorry, I don't have an umbrella group I can think of off the top of my head, but I'm hoping someone else can speak up on that.
Thank you.
Perhaps the Imperial County, they are in charge of the dual language learner support, and they may also have support for families within the scope of their work. And also the Parents Helping Parents group out of San Jose could also be another good group to contact for the parent piece.
Standing to my left, to my right, left again, right again, online. All right, so hearing no other items for consideration, I will ask for any public comments or members of the public in the room wishing to make comment to please line up in the back. Members of the public who are wishing to dial in, the information is displayed for you online. We will begin working on the agenda in the coming days and weeks. Also highlighting that our agenda building, typically we have slots for 9 presentations, recognizing that we will have potentially recognition of the Gold Award recipients as well as our elections and committee time. We may reduce the number of slots for presentations to 8 just to make sure that we are able to manage our time and have breaks and adhere to our schedule. So just want to foreshadow that. Not seeing any public comments in the room at this time, so I will close public comments in the room and then transition to any public comments online.
Caller ending in 0866, if comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello. We as parents are really reliant on your commission to lead and really advocate for us. I know you hear reports from other organizations who are part of the educational system, but those organizations are not really advocating for our parent voice. One of the issues I wanted to bring to your attention is the lack of transparency in school districts and how they're approving litigation related to special education. Essentially, they're sidestepping the Brown Act when it comes to litigation against students with disabilities. So you should consider that as a legislative goal. Many times school board members are not even aware that their district is suing students. So how can it be that school boards approve field trips, but they're completely disengaged when it comes to issues related to students with disabilities?
Thank you. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Caller ending in 5107. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Deborah Cam, and I'm with the Coalition for Opportunity and Rights in Education, also called CORE. There is no accountability as to how much money SELPAs are spending on attorneys and other administrative costs versus direct services. And this commission should really petition the legislature and governor to add language to the budgets to ensure that SELPAs provide this transparency. SELPAs can follow the model of nonprofit organizations that, for example, show 90 or 95% of donations go directly to services. This transparency really needs to be provided on the website of each SELPA. This is a very basic requirement of any organization or government agency. So this commission should really actively advocate for this transparency by SELPAs. Thank you.
Thank you. Number ending in 1331. If comfortable, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hey, it's Roxanne Palestino. Hi, it's Roxanne Palestino. ACSE has 3 expired seats. The importance of having newly appointed members, including individuals with first-person experience with disability and multilingual learners, serve on the California Advisory Commission on Special Education cannot be overstated. Their perspectives, insights, and passion are essential for driving positive change and advancing the rights of students with disabilities and multilingual backgrounds. As we look to the future, let us embrace the opportunity to welcome new voices and harness their collective power in pursuit of a more equitable and inclusive educational system for all. Thank you for listening. I really hope that you guys really are here for the people, because it's very important to the ones that have been historically marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 7407. If comfortable, Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Judy McKinley again. I would like to suggest that the commission obtain a copy of what the military regulations are for incoming recruits. In the past, that has included, I believe, learning disabilities and other things, but I think you should really understand what that actually what those rules actually are when you're talking about kids with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. I will close the last item or the previous item and move into item 18, the last opportunity for public comment. So any members of the public in the room wishing to make public comment, please begin lining up now. And if we can display the call-in information, we'll solicit any public comments from individuals who are calling in. Seeing no members of the public in the room, I will close public comment in the room.
There are no callers at this time.
So with that, I will close item 18, general public comment. And as we move into adjournment, I want to thank, obviously, commissioners. Thank you for being present with us in person and online. I want to thank our teammates from the Department of Ed and recognize Grace, thank you for jumping in with both feet, recognizing that you're new to the team and appreciate you learning with us, and to all of our interpreters, as well as those who are doing the caption on our behalf, and those who are supporting us with the production on the visual and audio of this meeting. Thank you all for your support. And we started the year wanting to focus on parent and student voice, and I think this is a meeting where we had an opportunity to listen, and so I just want to appreciate all of the public comments that we received as well, and close with recognizing this is Autism Awareness Month, and really wanted to just share that because there are a number of students who are students with autism receiving services by educators in our schools, and so want to recognize them, but also just the parents of those students who are students with disabilities grow up to be adults with disabilities, and so recognizing all individuals impacted, not impacted, but who serve and provide support to individuals with autism. So I wanted to acknowledge Autism Awareness Month, and with that, we will officially adjourn the April meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education.